Шановні гості, ми починаємо за кілька хвилин. Шановні гості, шановні друзі,
Guests, dear friends, welcome to the 8th Annual Research Conference.
I'm going to switch into English. So, dear participants and dear guests, welcome to the 8th Annual Research Conference here in Kyiv. The conference began online yesterday, and 4 impactful research sessions and a keynote speech by Frank Smets has been already presented. Today, we're opening the conference's Policy Day, which is taking place here offline. And we would like to thank all of you, our distinguished speakers and guests who are with us here today despite the war. And we're also welcoming those who are joining us online. The National Bank of Ukraine and Narodowy Bank Polski have been jointly hosting this event since 2016. And the event is supported by the International Monetary Fund, which has been the conference's partner for many years. And this year, the conference has gained yet another reliable partner. A big thank you goes to USAID's Investments for Business Sustainability project, which supported this flagship research event organized by the central banks. So let's go ahead and open the 8th Annual Research Conference. And Andriy Pyshny, Governor of the National Bank of Ukraine, the floor is yours.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I will speak Ukrainian. I don't know whether the translation is organized. Before I start and get to the essence of our research conference, I would like to join the words of gratitude to those thanks to who this event became possible today. I want to thank our partners and our defenders, mainly. The fact that the research conference is back in Kyiv, that we receive international guests today, that we fill these walls with our thoughts on macroeconomy and recovery and our resilience. This is first and foremost their merit. It's the day 849 of the war, and they hold the skies over us. And I want to bow to each of them for this opportunity. I want to thank our old friends and partners, Narodowy Bank Polski, for their partnership, a long-term partnership. We held similar conferences in the past and even during the full-scale invasion. But today, this conference is back in Kiev, and I'm very happy to see in this room representatives of our old partners and already friends, the Narodowy Bank Polski. I want to thank the International Monetary Fund for support for the partnership and for finding the opportunity to take part in it. I want to thank Gita Gopinath for the speech that she will make here and for the possibility to join the discussion of the global agenda. I want to thank USAID for the fact that they made this event possible and joined financial support of its hosting. Thank you. And of course, I welcome all participants of our 8th annual research conference of central banks of Ukraine and Poland. We can be deemed officially opened. I'm really happy that our professional discussion returned to Kiev. And this is important, but it also adds the necessary context to our discussion, because the topic we are going to discuss today and the discussions that lasted yesterday online concern a very important issue, navigating the changing landscape, central banks in a new normal. It's remarkable that during not a single speaker actually doubted in their speech that this new reality exists and that this landscape indeed became a changing landscape. The topic of each discussion today will be challenges and tasks generated by this new reality after the 24th of February 2022, and central banks are no exception. In February 2022, the National Bank of Ukraine faced the biggest fears of central bankers that materialized at the same time. At one moment, the country lost 1/3 of its GDP. 20% of territories were occupied. Migration reached enormous numbers and exceeded 16 million people. The war generated a higher and higher budget deficit, and the NBU was forced to use monetary finance to support the ability country to defend itself, and inflation accelerated quickly. We found ourselves in the center of the perfect storm, strong and unpredictable. Probably not a single central bank in the world survived such a combination of shocks, and we had to respond instantly, looking for emergency protocols and looking for unorthodox and innovative tools. If we characterized it at one term, it was the extreme uncertainty. Uncertainty caused by the Russian aggression, uncertainty that completely changed the reality of Ukraine and the world, uncertainty that became a new normal for us. The paradox of this situation is that increase of uncertainty provoked increase of expectations and forecasts concerning forecasts and solutions of the central bank. And we are observing this for the 3rd year. And even now, we feel even more that our work and can be seen as an island of stability amidst the storm that never calms down. The words of the Central Bank of France confirmed that confidence in central banks has their consequences. They fuel growing expectations of the society. We have a direct dependency. The more efficient the policy of the central bank, the higher is the confidence in it, the higher are the expectations from its decisions. This is something that makes us close to other central banks. They also deal with expectations. The central banks of various countries may have different formulated and formalized mandates, but all of them focus their efforts on creation of expectations and maintenance of confidence, which is a key aspect of efficiency of central banks. We have some insights I'm going to share, but we don't have answers to all questions, definitely not. That's why we will be looking for solutions together. And the first question will be how to keep confidence in the central bank in the situation of high uncertainty and in the process of dramatic transformation. Despite the huge experience gained by the National Bank of Ukraine over the full-scale war, the uncertainty keeps generating new challenges for us and for the entire world. And echoes of the storm that started in Ukraine can be heard both in European continent today and also over the ocean. The war affected food security, migration flows, reallocation of budgets in favor of defense costs. It also influences logistical production capacity, and it moves borders on land and in the sea and in the cyberspace. It also increases global inflation pressure. The world is interrelated by trade, financial, geopolitical chains. As a result, today we see that large shocks can have completely different, asymmetrical, non-linear effect through one interrelated economy and special aspects of expectations. The war of Russia against Ukraine is on our territory not only geographically. According to the perfect storm law, it can occur. The worst scenario may materialize. So the second issue I propose for discussion, are central banks ready to see the war near the borders of their countries? The experience of the Central National Bank of Ukraine evidences that traditional approaches and tools are not sufficient to implement the mandate. And sometimes new challenges require change in approaches, but even in the philosophy of central banks. Since the start of the full-scale invasion, we accumulated a unique base of knowledge and solution that proved their efficiency in the conditions of high uncertainty. Over this time, the financial sector and economy passed the way from survival and adaptation to gradual recovery. Together with our decisions, we formulated several insights, and I expect that we will add them to our discussion today. First, central banks have to be prepared to crisis. In crisis situation, we never rise to the level of our expectations. We always fall to the level of our training. And the idea of preparation to crisis is not new. It is in the basis of function of ensuring financial stability, which is a part of a mandate of the central bank, became popular after the Asian banking crisis and especially after the global financial crisis of 2007, 2008. It provides for creation of the system of buffers, of early response system. And today you have to prepare to what may happen tomorrow. So don't be afraid to take into account the experience that created uncertainty. It's a part of evolution of the mandate of the central bank. Ukraine pays a lot for the experience it gains, and it is ready to share it. The National Bank started preparing immediately after Crimean annexation in 2014. Thanks to pre-prepared protocols of actions and packages of anti-crisis measures that were implemented on the 24th of February, we managed to stabilize the situation. We managed to prevent panic and prevent capital outflow and help the country to face this fight and protect its independence. We pegged the exchange rate. We implemented administrative restrictions on FX transactions and capital movement transborder. We implemented protocols of continuous operations of the banking system. Do you know the examples when the country is in the full-scale war, and on the very first day, people could pay with their cards? I know the only country, and this is Ukraine. Not a single payment was stopped. Not a single Ukrainian bank interrupted its operations. Ukrainian citizens had continuous access to their money and could keep them in deposits. We supported the budget of the country with monetary finance of 400 billion hryvnia, while waiting for support from international partners because our defense forces required immediate finance. The metaphor of tactical medicine is very appropriate, and I frequently use it to explain the anti-crisis measures, to demonstrate the importance of these anti-crisis measures. In case of a heavy injury, and this is how we can describe the full-scale invasion for the Ukrainian economy, it is important to stop bleeding, to apply tourniquet on damaged vessels. And for the financial system, these emergency measures became such a tourniquet. But with time, the tourniquet becomes dangerous for life. It has to be eased and then removed in order to enable the body to recover. But how to do it in a safe manner in the conditions of the full-scale war? This is our second insight. In the times of uncertainty, strategic planning allows not to lose the route. The war will not be ended anytime soon. So the economy, businesses, citizens had to adapt and to organize their activities in the conditions of the martial law. This required calibration of our tools. We had to create a new monetary policy in the conditions of the war. We had to reinvent the new normal. Uncertainty does not have any clear input data or deadlines we could refer to. Our decision and our response was strategic planning that helped to find the required milestones and responses. This is another manifestation of the new normal. Despite the uncertainty of the times of war, we resumed two key strategic documents: the strategy of the National Bank of Ukraine and the strategy of financial sector development. And later, together with IMF experts, the strategy of FX liberalization and transition to greater flexibility of the exchange rate and return to inflation targeting. Financial fortress, this is the title of the strategy of the National Bank. We are referring to the force and stability which is expected from us by stakeholders, participants of the financial sectors, businesses, population, and ultimate consumers of financial services, each of us, in fact. Gradually, step by step, based on strategic objectives, we managed to achieve a recovery of the economy despite the war, and financial sector continued its reforms because we can't wait for the end of the war to go for EU assertion. Third insight, new reality forces to transform. It's not only for central banks, but also for other institutions, governments, international financial institutions. In 2023, Ukraine received the program of extended fund facility from International Monetary Fund, and I believe it is historic, not only because we received unprecedented financial support from the partners, and not only because, thanks to the program, Ukraine is implementing the ambitious reforms plan, increasing its resilience and capacity. The IMF program became an evidence of new view of the reality by IMF. It became a precedent when the IMF revised its own credit policy and opened the possibility to work with countries that face extremely high uncertainty under the influence of exogenous factors. IMF demonstrated its maturity and leadership in response to challenges of the new reality. Another example of such transformation is a reloading of relations between the NBU and Finance Ministry in terms of respect of mandates of each other's institution, but at the same time understanding our joint objective. Some time ago, Christine Lagarde, in one of the interviews, emphasized the increasing role of cooperation between monetary and fiscal authorities. Monetary and fiscal policy are supplementing each other. They have to work shoulder to shoulder without contradicting each other. It's difficult to object. Such cooperation expands the mandate of the NBU, and because the NBU is now engaged in resolving of the problem to cover fiscal gaps, which is normally not in the perimeter of the central bank. That was mentioned yesterday at our meeting by Ms. Gita Gopinath, but the extraordinary situation and new reality requires new approaches. And thanks to high quality new cooperation with the fiscal authorities, we managed to resume domestic debt market, which allowed to raise more than 1 trillion hryvnia of internal finance. With the engagement of NBU, we worked quite efficiently the shadow scheme through which the budget lost a lot of money. And now this money is back to the budget and they fuel our capacity to resist. And most important, such synergy allows to find non-monetary channels to increase proceeds to their state budget. And despite the war, since the start of 2023, we have never opened monetary finance channel to cover budget deficit. To preserve macrofinancial stability in the conditions of the new normal, we central banks must learn to take a broader view and look for new opportunities to implement our mandate. In our case, the example is involvement of the NBU implementation of sanctions policy against Russia, strengthening of sanctions, control over their performance, regular monitoring, and identification of sanctions evasion. This is gradually deprives Russian Federation of the opportunity to continue the war, and we will fight for each such opportunity. Fifth insight, uncertainty generates global risks for independence of central banks. They were mentioned by the managing director of the International Monetary Fund, Kristalina Georgievna, in her article to enhance independence of the central bank, to protect global economy. I want us not to forget that independence of the central banks is both the purpose and a huge resource for the country. The results of IMF research referred to by Ms. Georgieva confirm that independence is crucial for victory in fight against inflation and achievement of long-term economic growth. Independence is in the basis of confidence in the central banks, and the price of it is very high in unstable times, and we have to take this into account. And at the last, I will mention the phrase, which is very clear and simple message. It is the mandate of central bank. We remain committed to our objectives to ensure macroeconomic and financial stability and price stability. At the same time, we undertake to implement them under any conditions. And this statement actually combines all previous statements. And it brings us to the key issue, how the central bank has to change to remain efficient and stable in the conditions of the new reality. What has to be changed? What should remain unchanged? We will have 3 discussion panels and the keynote speech of Gita Gopinath. And of course, this questions will be raised. This discussion is important for us. We are open to look for solutions together. We need to write this textbook, this manual about operation of the central bank during the war. And we have to do it in the conditions of extreme uncertainty. I can't wait for discussion and new insights, and I wish all of us a fruitful business day. Glory to Ukraine.
Governor Pisny, thank you for outlining today's topics and your insights. They all will be discussed later today during the panels.
Message. I said, let's see each other next year in Kiev. And it did happen. And it's unbelievable because it's all the 3rd year of the war. The understanding of my wish a year ago was that it will be over by then, but it's still not. And the military conflict of this size indeed creates entirely new environment. It's called the new normal that we need to adapt to. For that purpose, I think both organizing institutions made an effort to gather foremost experts, both practitioners and academics, to discuss and confront ideas and the application to carry out the role to the best effect. The issues discussed yesterday and today, the topics are not hypothetical. They're happening as we speak and require us to react. And they have very deep implications for everyday people's lives. Looking forward to the positive conclusion of the war, to the victorious end of the war and the resulting reconstruction, it will be necessary to optimize the use of all available resources and policy tools to achieve the best results for the Ukraine and the entire region. I am happy that we as a National Bank are continuing with this valuable initiative of the annual conference and the current dire situation where our host institution is fighting, and the people, not the institution only, are fighting for the survival of the country. The Polish Central Bank, Narodowy Bank Polski, I have the privilege to represent here, has been a long-standing partner of the NBU, cooperating on a large number of initiatives, including technical cooperation and training programs, which have continued for years. And obviously, since the February 22, our collaboration has only intensified, with the National Bank of Poland responding to the needs of the Ukrainian side to the extent possible on a continuing basis. New projects and initiatives were implemented and carried out. We as the institution has been also a steadfast advocate for the Ukraine, carried under the aegis of international organizations where the NBP represented Poland, contributed to repurposing funds and increased financial support. At the same time, we spoke out and actively acted in order to isolate and limit the impact of the Russian Federation within these organizations and restrict its activities where it demanded strict enforcement of sanctions against this country. We are and will remain strong supporters of Ukrainians and the great cause of protecting the homeland, even having in mind that as neighboring countries, we do not only cooperate, but also compete on some of the fields. And although most of our interests align, it's not 100% alignment. The events of previous year and the dispute about agricultural production proves that. But this event serves as opportunity to talk about all these issues, lay out positions, share experiences, perhaps not during the panels, but on and off mode, to find the solutions acceptable for all kinds, all parties. One of the issues which is particularly close to our heart, and it will be among one of the first topics of today's conference, is the issue of seized assets belonging to the Russian Federation and the usage to aid the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine and continuous war effort. This is obviously a complicated issue from both a legal and practical standpoint, and it was also subject of some internal analysis and the NDP. We definitely see a strong justification for compensating Ukraine in that manner for the damages suffered at the hands of the Russian war machine. And we are happy with the breakthrough conclusions at the last G7 summit. Also, this stems from the fact that we need to be realist about the future peace settlement, because should one be achieved, we don't know that. It depends on the military developments. It will be very difficult, extremely difficult, to have indemnity reparations imposed on the Russian Federation, and even more difficult to enforce it in practice in the future. Therefore, the assets which are seized now, these few hundred billions of Russian assets, is the readily available pool of money which should be used now. During the last 2 years, there were many articles published and discussions analyzing current events in the light of history, in the light of what happened half a century ago, in the light of what happened during the Cuban crisis or in the 30s. I always wondered whether these articles provide a useful advice on what we should do now, or just the exercise in historical analysis, just show off of some erudition of reading. But along these lines, I might only say that we had similar experience with Russian, not the Russian Federation, but the Bolshevist Russia from almost 100 years ago, because the peace treaty which we signed, Russia will not be willing now to sign anything like a peace treaty because they say they didn't wage the war. But the peace treaty which we signed with Bolshevist Russia in 21 provided for some indemnity for our side. The peace treaty which ended the war between Poland and Soviet Russia. And it was because of the fact that the Russian Tsarist army evacuated or destroyed industrial assets in Poland during the First World War, while living under the pressure of the German armies. So the indemnity was to be paid of 30 million gold rubles, or rubles in gold. And of course, it was never paid. Once the war is over, new events happen, new alliances formed, and with this in mind, we should know that what was agreed now by G7 should be expanded while the war is going on, And we observed the reaction of the Russian Federation. That's irritation because of what happened, because they have acknowledged and they have seen that they are losing some of the bargaining chips for the future, because their money, the war chest which they gathered over the previous years, is already lost. This is one of the first topic of discussion, one of the first panels of the conference. As I said, given the dynamic nature of the international relations, it would be extremely difficult to enforce in the future ongoing reparation schemes. And the examples from history will be recycled again and again in order to achieve desirable effect by the participating parties. I'm looking forward to see the conference and particular today's panels. First, as I said, on the Russian assets, and then on the reconstruction of the Ukraine. And I wish you all the best. And I hope that next time we'll meet will be after the victorious end of the war. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your speech. And now I'm giving the floor to Uma Ramakrishnan, Deputy Director of the International Monetary Fund's European Department.
Good morning. Dear Governor, dear First Deputy Managing Director, Gita Gopinath, dear friends, colleagues, distinguished guests, it's a pleasure to be here. It is great to join you here in Kyiv today at this 2024 annual conference hosted by NBU. And building on yesterday's virtual discussions, the focus today, as alluded already both by the governor and by the Polish Central Bank representative, the topics would be on how policymakers should adapt to the new normal, characterized by more shocks, more risks, and more uncertainty. The IMF is increasingly focusing on these issues and the evolving risk landscape in the global environment. Our flagship publications in recent times have delved a lot into these issues, including in recent World Economic Outlook publications, in our blogs, speeches, working papers, analytical pieces, etc. We have highlighted the uncertainty and the dangerous world that we live in, and the trade-offs that would be needed among policymakers in order to navigate such geopolitical uncertainty. Gita Gopinath, our First Deputy Managing Director, will be delving into some of these issues in her keynote speech later today. And she will also touch on what are some of the preliminary lessons we have already learned from Ukraine's experience and what those may hold for the rest of the world in terms of actions that could be taken in navigating such waters. Now, alongside the analytical work that the fund has done, we are also taking a direct role in helping many of our member countries in navigating these times. And of course, as this audience knows, Ukraine has been facing difficult times in dealing with the war resulting from Russia's invasion. And as part of an coordinated international effort, the IMF has been leading a 4-year engagement with Ukraine, which is an extended fund arrangement for $15.6 billion that we are putting as part of a $122 billion package for Ukraine. And as you may know, Ukraine's performance under this program has been spectacular. And this is in no small measure because of the skillful policy making that has been undertaken by the authorities, in which the central bank, the National Bank of Ukraine, has had a huge role, and we commend the authorities for taking on these responsibilities under these very difficult times. The third review of the program was completed in March, and the staff level agreement was achieved for the fourth review in late May, and we expect to go to the board soon for approval of the fourth review. Now, it is commendable also that the central bank is undertaking in these challenging times to host events like this that brings us together to discuss issues of global importance. And so I'd like to thank NBU not only for hosting this conference here in Kiev, but also for the ongoing close engagement that we have with all of you. It is a privilege and a pleasure to work with you, and we look forward to continued engagement to help through these difficult times. And with that, I trust that this conference will be a great success, and we look forward to all the sessions on the interesting topics in the day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we also have the honor to invite Jeffrey Lehrer, Acting Mission Director, USAID Ukraine, and the floor is yours.
Доброго ранку.
Good morning.
On behalf of the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, let me just say it's really an honor to be here at such an important conference talking about these really critical issues of financial stability and ultimately opportunity during this very challenging time, and doing it from an approach of real analysis and evidence. So it's a real honor and pleasure to be here. Governor Pishny, it's really glad to support this and join you, as well as Deputy Director Ramakrishnan and other colleagues from the IMF, and Pavel Shalamaka from Narodowy Polski. As I said, it's really an honor to be here and to be able to express our unwavering support for prudent monetary policy making that prioritizes macro financial stability and fosters an equal playing field for businesses. These policies are the foundations of economic growth and prosperity for all. The US will continue to support Ukraine to develop a robust financial sector that is aligned with European Union standards and integrated into international systems. We understand that Ukraine's macroeconomic stability is a critical component for winning the war. The government needs a strong private sector to generate the tax revenue to win the war and win the future. That critical link between the economy and the war effort is one reason that USAID has made it a priority to support Ukrainian small and medium enterprises and financial institutions. Despite the war, Ukraine is still open for business, and millions of Ukrainians go to work every day to produce the goods and services that the economy needs. But those businesses need a strong financial sector and a strong financial system with affordable interest rates and attractive lending terms to receive the financing they need to invest and grow. And that's why I'm proud of the strong partnership that we have between USAID with the National Bank of Ukraine to provide resources to support an effective and transparent system of economic management. In recent years, USAID has provided support to the NBU's Fraudster Goodbye campaign, a nationwide initiative at countering payment fraud and online scams through education. USAID has supported financial literacy programs in Ukraine, actively participating in the Global Money Week since 2012 to empower Ukrainians with the essential financial knowledge that they need. In 2024, Global Money Week reached 152,000 participants and 6,000 teachers. Those are incredible numbers. Additionally, USAID facilitated the alignment of the NBU's Bank ID certification with European standards, improving access to financial services and advancing our shared goal to better integrate the Ukrainian financial system with the European Union. Every step forward in building strong institutions unlocks economic opportunity for Ukraine and promotes stability and confidence to investors and businesses. Addressing the complexities of the gray economy requires concerted action to combat illicit activities, promote transparency, and uphold the integrity of financial systems. As we navigate an ever-evolving context of cyber threats, it's imperative that we work together to fortify our defenses, share best practices, and develop robust frameworks for cyber resilience. By joining forces in these areas, we bolster our collective resilience and bring about a safer and more prosperous future. Lastly, I'd like to reaffirm our steadfast U.S. support for Ukraine in the face of Russia's illegal invasion. We condemn in the strongest terms Russia's aggression and continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine in defense of its sovereignty and territorial integrity. The U.S. remains committed to working with our international partners to hold Russia accountable for its actions, including by working hand in hand with Ukraine supporters in the G7 to provide $50 billion in new financing for Ukraine by bringing forward the interest earned on immobilized Russian sovereign assets held in the European Union and in other jurisdictions. We know that Ukraine will prevail. We look forward to cooperating with all of you to bring this to success. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Dear guests, and now we are asking you to wait for a few minutes for us to settle the next panel. And why our team is helping us, I'm going to announce a few things for you. That due to unique venue we have today, we will not interrupt the conference in case of air raid alerts. And we have a backup supply of power. So if there is a blackout, please don't worry. The light will come on in a few minutes and we will continue the conference. And as you may see during this conference, there is a simultaneous translation into Ukrainians, and the headphones you may find at the end of the hall. And for now, I want to thank our distinguished representatives of the organizers and partners for their introductory remarks. They not only outlined the main issues and challenges that will be discussed today, but also they gave us a food for thought. And the topic of the first panel is challenges for a central bank in new normal. So I'd like to give the floor to our moderator of this panel, David Vavra, OG Research, and also the partner, the bank's leadership, Andriy Pyshny, Governor of the National Bank of Ukraine, Pavel Shalamacha, member of the board of Narodowy Bank Polski, and Gediminas Šimkus, Governor of the Bank of Lithuania.
Good to go. Ready to go, huh? Let's go start. Hello, everyone. Good morning, colleagues, distinguished guests. Uh, we are a few minutes ahead of time, but let me introduce this first panel for today. My name is David Vavra. I'm managing partner of OG Research, and also I have the honor of serving as advisor to Governor Pishney. And with me on stage are three very distinguished policymakers and speakers. Governor Šimkus of the Bank of Lithuania, member of the management board of the National Bank of Poland, Pavel Shalamacha, and of course, governor of the MBU, Pishney. They will debate the challenges that these turbulent times have for monetary policy in different settings, different setups. These turbulences threaten to become normal, this new normal, and I'm sure that we will have a lot of good insights. We'll hear a lot of good insights, and we will all have opportunity to ask questions. The panel is going to be organized as follows. After these introductory remarks, I will invite the panelists to have a few introductory comments on the topic, after which I have a few questions for them. And then, time permitting, we'll, of course, welcome very much input from the audience. So I guess with that, without further ado, Governor Šimkus, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks, first of all, to the Governor, Andriy Pishney, and the whole National Bank of Ukraine for making this to happen, this conference here, and in inviting me and giving me opportunity to discuss an important topic. And the way I see the panel, I think we represent quite different countries of different economic and security circumstances. But at the same time, I think we share a lot of we come from democratic countries, we face similar geopolitical challenges and experience interconnected macroeconomic shocks. So I'll guess you see we'll hear some similarities in views too. But challenges for central bank in new normal, and I think here we have two important notions: challenges and new normal. Well, I think there are two groups of people. One group of people thinks that there is always back to normal. So whenever it happens now, anyway, one day, sooner or later, we'll get back to the things where they were. The other group of people fall under the camp, this time is different. So that the world is evolving and it will never get back to where it's been. I would say I fall into the third camp. Then I think about normality, or what is normal. I think this normality is ever evolving concept, and it forms the environment in which you operate, rather than changes or refocuses the target or mandate of the institution. Yes, it's true. Nowadays, this normality is, as I said, is ever evolving, but it's changing more frequently, and that's the difference. But let me elaborate a little bit, on this, on the changes of normality. So, do you remember the times before global financial crisis, from the general economic perspective? So I would say somebody will call this orthodoxy monetary policy, so to say, or economic environment, because what we have had after the Lehman Brothers bankruptcy and in Euro area after the sovereign debt crisis, that was something completely different. We had inflation falling well below the target. We had monetary policies operating at an effective lower bound. And central banks, what we did, we invented very special tools. They invented forward guidance, large-scale asset purchase programs. They invented negative interest rates. 50 years ago, who could ever think about the negative interest rates? But they lived there with negative interest rates for 10 years. And this was quite normal, to tell you the truth. And actually, when central banks hiked interest rates, this seemed to be a little bit abnormal. Second, extraordinary pandemic hit the globe and each country basically in the globe, and geopolitical fragmentation in general triggered huge overlapping supply shocks and crawling fragmentations. So did central banks step away from their orthodoxy, for instance, with the monetary financing and fiscal dominance? I don't think so. Instead, they cooperated, they acted hand in hand with fiscal authorities. So monetary policy worked together with the fiscal authorities to help the economies and to bring the stability both in the monetary system and financial system and into the economics, into the economy. And then the third, which is dominant factor in the geopolitical landscape since 2022, the unprovoked war of Russia against Ukraine. And in economics terms, this led to huge, substantial energy price shocks, raw material shocks. And all this complicated the environment in which central banks operate, and we had the recent inflationary development. So over 15, 20 years, we had substantial hits, turbulences, and shifts. But from what I have, from what I've said and the way I see it, central banks, in fact, were the main stabilizing cornerstones. And they remained very predictable, I would say, in all those times, even if they had to adjust, to adapt the tools, communication. And central banks were providing monetary anchors in an increasingly unstable landscape. So how this normality may evolve in future now, the question could be. And I would single out three factors. First, the environment will be more and more will more often encounter the supply side shocks. So yes, central banks are quite used to deal with these demand-driven shocks. What regards the supply-driven shocks is that or at least there was a typical view that central banks need to look through. But the point is that geopolitical tensions and fragmentations, steeper supply disruptions, climate change will probably make the supply shocks more frequent and more usual or typical. And this implies higher inflation, volatility, and uncertainty in the future. And of course, this complicates the aim of price stability. Second, it's about the public finance. And I could refer to the points quoted by Yuri Gorodnichenko in his excellent article about peace dividends. But that defense spending has recently started increasing in Western countries, but actually all around the globe. And this, of course, reduces not of course, but it will be financed either through lesser financing of other needs, or higher budget income revenue, or a higher public deficit. But how this fiscal authorities operate, so it's very important for the central banks, and this will form how fiscal and monetary policy cooperates and works together in order in each of its mandate. And second, all the shocks that we have had before, demographics, aging society, lower potential growth, climate change, low natural rate, they're still with us. In some cases, it's even more prominent. So how this will be accommodated in the primary goal or secondary goal of the central banks, we'll see, but they're here. So the way we discussed and you sent us the questions and I saw them, you hinted that somehow monetary policy is stepping away from the orthodoxy. And I was thinking in that way, the other way, was putting my thoughts in order, but I came up with a conclusion. It's quite seldom that I say that. I cannot agree with you. I don't think that monetary policy steps away from the orthodoxy. Yes, we have monetary policy tools adapting and changing, but the mandate, the thing for which we are created, central banks are created, is not changing. They are here to bring price stability over the medium term. So what changes, this is the label, the context in which we operate. What has not changed, this is the core, the reason why we are here. And I think this is quite obvious from various factors, but just to mention one is, for instance, the credibility of ECB that enabled to maintain the inflation expectations anchored. So yes, we had and we will have to evolve with our monetary strategy and tactics, but even under the heightened uncertainty, volatile environment, huge supply shocks with secondary effects, tail risks of geopolitical escalations, we have and we will remain purely focused on our mandate, deliver price stability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor. Apologies for having these provocative questions, but I think it was very refreshing to hear from you that changing normality is normal, and that the historical perspective that you put us into, contrasting situations now with whatever was happening 10 years ago and before the global financial crisis, many people forget about that contrast. So I'm very happy that you brought that to fore as well. And I'm sure we're going to discuss some of your observations. We'll have plenty of time. Board Member Shalamacha, may I ask you for your first input?
Thank you. Right, giving the first the COVID shock and the war of Russia against Ukraine, we have at the National Bank of Poland we have amassed some of the valuable experiences, some relevant only for us, some perhaps of wider relevance. For the first time in the modern, not modern, for the first time in history at all, during COVID years, National Bank of Poland decided to implement the QE operations, which we started in spring 2020 and ended in fall 21. Having in mind that at that time, expectations was of the high deflationary pressures, collapse of economy and implosion of the labor market, we did not hesitate and decided to embark on this path. Like over 30 central banks in the world. This created some discussions within the country and within academia and media and politics, but eventually I think it worked, given the fact that As of the end of previous year, as of the end of 23, Polish output, Polish GDP was 10% higher than before COVID, with unemployment at historically low levels. Given the size of the operations only, because it was relatively modest in relation to the GDP, we have acquired on the secondary market government bonds or government secured bonds within the range of 140 billion Polish zloty, less than 5% of the GDP. Then there came this inflationary wave following the global shocks, starting with the post-pandemic global supply shocks originating with China, and then the events of summer 21. You might remember when during the summer of 1921 there was this cat and mouse play by Gazprom with the gas prices delivered to Europe, where like they played with messages, with the information they generated about the amount of gas being pumped or degree of reservoirs being filled in Europe and Germany and Austria. So it was as if they demonstrated that they like to play the game of the market, applying the rules in their favor. So this contributed to the shock on the electricity and energy prices, and all this that combined produced inflation. In response to that, National Bank of Poland has significantly tightened the monetary policy. We have embarked on the route of 7 hikes, starting from 0.1% to 6.75%, and this produced result, just like in a textbook, because inflation began to decelerate, and then it fell to the target which we now enjoy. Strictly speaking, we are 100% at the target of 2.5% as of May this year. The inflation will raise again a bit in my country. We know that already because of the temporary measures, effectively price caps on gas and electricity prices, which were introduced historically during these worst times, which are to be phased out. They have to be lifted up. That means that in the second half of this year, inflation in my country will rise again and will stay at an elevated level of around 4% in the coming quarters. That's the main reason for which, after partial adjustment of the main rate of the central bank from 6.75 to 5.75, the bank or the Monetary Policy Council decided to keep its rates unchanged, to wait and see about the developments for the next quarters. What are the main lessons which I have learned during these few hectic and hot years? What are the topics which need to be discussed and perhaps addressed, some institutional readjustments made? I understand that we are in a risky position of the country which is has its middle-sized economy, which does not issue like a global currency of the reserves. So any proposals originating from this country might have been misinterpreted by the observers, by the markets, and others. But first of all, given the fact that we will live in a prolonged period of increased security tension in the next years, I don't think that the situation with the Russian Federation will go back to what we had before February 22 for us. For Ukraine, it was 2014. It will be increased period of animosity, well, hostility. Therefore, fundamental questions should be asked about whether the institutional arrangements which were put in place during the 90s, effectively, when everything looked different, it was quite another environment to what we have now, still are optimal. One of the issues which was raised by our country is the treatment of defense spending under various international rules of calculating accepted levels of budget deficit. This is discussion both internally, obviously, and with the European Union, with the European Commission. Because for us, being on the map where we are, we're not on the western part of the European continent. We're not Portugal. We are here. We like our place under the sun, but still, we have neighbors like Belarus and the Russian Federation. So we think that these rules should be calibrated in order to take into account increased effort of countries like ours to defend themselves. Secondly, regarding the monetary policy itself, the timing of reaching the inflation target. As I said, we are now on target, but we know that the inflation will bounce back a little bit shortly. So the question is, should we tighten up again? Should we react now? And there are voices in my country which say, yes, you should not wait. You should increase, you should go up for like 7% rate now. Shouldn't wait. So that's the matter. That's the topic I think we should be fairly and openly discussed. What the medium perspective means. Should you not take into account events which you know and which will have a noticeable but temporary effect? Then, well, and that's yet another sensitive topic. Well, all of them are. The systems which was created in the 90s of the independence of the central bank, at least in my country, is like we are almost in the ivory tower on our own when it comes to communications with the other political actors. I'm not talking about the public in general, because we have these communications, media releases, conferences, and so on and so forth, but with the legitimate political actors, meaning governments, majorities, parliaments. So this means that we only inform them about what are the outlines of the monetary policy for the next year, and that's it. That's not even, do not vote or reject it, and it's the result of the experience from the 70s or 80s, where it was effectively the ministries of finance which run numerous central banks. And although there is some, within the European Union, there's this mechanism for the macroprudential supervision when it comes to situation of the country's banks, that is on a quarterly basis, Ministry of Finances meets with the central bank and discusses what is going in the banking sector. So that's fine. There's no channel of communication about monetary policy. I'm saying just the channel of communication. So there will be exchange of opinions and ideas. So perhaps the something like that should be opened. So there will be no discussion whether Prime Minister could meet and talk, and everyone knows it. There will be not like a scandal or a scandalous event. What is going on in the country, which direction we are going, and agree. Because otherwise, in theory, we could say that look, we are doing what we do. We have our data, we have our analysis. We publish some of them, not. And you may just access our website, and that's it. And then a fourth one, but it's not. It's more on the global side, relating to the peace conference in Switzerland a few days ago, and it's a success, although relative success. I believe that international community, given the experience of this conflict, should do more, should outreach more to the developing countries. The G7 guys, or the G20, or OECD, the most affluent, the richest, should make the step forward to win over some of these countries, because the position of some of them, that is either neutrality or taking side of Russia, openly or tacitly, is a shock for us. Obviously, we think it's a scandal. We don't understand the reasons why they're doing that. It's such a clear case that India cannot possibly behave the way it does. But still, so I believe that that we should understand the reasons for which the situation is like that. Partially, obviously, because of the DNA, meaning their fathers or grandfathers remember colonial times, and the times of the 50s and 60s of the previous century, when they were fighting for independence against European colonial powers, and partially because perhaps they perceive present world order as being skewed, as not being fair. I understand that in yet too many cases, this is the explanation of the incompetent, if not hopeless governments, that they are blaming, they're shifting the blame to somebody else, to the people in Geneva, Zurich, London, Brussels, or Washington for their own misdeeds. But perhaps there should be more effort to reach out and redefine the rules of the world trade, as to enable these countries to grow faster in the future, so that in the situations like that, we would be able to say that the rules which are so openly and shamelessly violated will be enforced by international community, like all of them, perhaps with the exception of North Korea and whom else on this very short list. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for these very sincere and indeed provocative comments. We'll come back to some of them, including the institutional arrangements that you spoke out that were kind of forged in the 90s in response to the developments in 70s and 80s, and also following the theoretical developments about how monetary policy should be organized institutionally. I liked also the very interesting parallel that you said between the independence of a central bank and ivory tower, that we lost some of the communication, maybe channels and mechanisms. Is a very interesting thought. And again, I hope we'll have time to come back to it. With that, Governor Pishney, please, floor is yours.
In fact, I will start with the words of gratitude. I want to thank Gediminas and Pavel for finding the possibility to join us. It's valuable that you are here in Kiev with us. You feel our atmosphere, you breathe the same air, and we have the possibility today to talk about the new reality and the new normal. During this conversation and thinking about your reflections, I tried to understand why we are not ready to agree that we are already in this new normal. We are coming back to what we have to return to the past. No, there will be no return to the past. There will be no such an opportunity because the changes that occurred in the past few years, these challenges and shocks, this global turn, fragmentation is already a new normal. Ukrainians, due to intensiveness of events, because the war is extraordinary event, it's a shock, it's a drama. They very quickly, passed all these stages that normally accompany difficult life circumstances. All these stages: rejection, rage, compromise, depression, and acceptation. In Ukraine, actually there were just two stages: rage, outrage, and acceptance.
shocks that we as central bankers are not traditionally equipped to deal with very efficiently. But you also mentioned very clear mandate to preserve price stability. Governor Pichny said orthodox mandate, ironclad focus by National Bank of Poland on restoring price stability following the recent inflation shocks. Governor Szymko's basically business as usual. That's if I can summarize my impression from the introductory comments. Now let me now perhaps follow up on a comment of Governor Pichny. Governor, you mentioned also in your introductory speech at the beginning of today, the speech of Ms. Georgieva, recent speech in which she very clearly said that central bank independence was critical both for price stability and sustainable growth. Yet at the same time, in this very same speech, she also said that central banks are coming under perhaps undue political pressure. And my question to all three of you, therefore, is, do you as senior policymakers feel that you're coming under such pressure following these recent events and this new normal that may interfere with your ironclad price stability mandate? Or do you perhaps have a sense or impression that public expects too much from central banks, from keeping prices under control to supporting sustainable fiscal to aiding with or assisting with climate change? Do you think it's perhaps too much, or do you think there is room for compromise, something that still makes sure that central bank's role as a guardian of price stability can be fully trusted in this new normal? Governor Szymko, please.
Thank you. For me, I think it's a very different question from the other panelists. I'm coming from the euro area, where we have central bank independence, I would say, set in stone in the EU treaty before the monetary financing prohibitions and all of a clause. So then there's a governing council of 26 representatives of national central banks, as well as the ECB executive board. Then if there are any, so to say, pressures because of anything in any of the jurisdiction, I mean, it will be, so to say, equaled out by the other. So I would say from the central bank independence view, I would say the euro area model is like ideal one. But I understand the point, I understand the question, and not always central banks had this independence as they have now. And actually the independence, central bank independence in the achievement of their mandate comes from the lessons and mistakes have been made in the 70s, last century. And central bank independence was invented, or so to say, it was invented as a way to make sure that the institution fulfills its mandate price stability, in particular, than the political parties would like to have the, so to say, let's say, the interest rates lower than they used to be, when they have to be higher. Having said all this, we shouldn't take and understand the central bank independence as granted, because central bank's independence and the pressure that may come up depends on the success of the implementation of the policies central banks implement. Of course, you cannot, so to say, have inflation always at the 2%, and there are uncertainty. There is uncertainty. There are fluctuations, and all that. But I think in many of our nations we have one saying that make roof in summer, build trust, build confidence, fulfill your mandate when things are all right, and you will leverage that when things go a little bit south. Yes, we had this huge inflationary process in all the countries. We have discussed the reasons: supply side shocks, supply side disruptions, war against Ukraine, and all these consequences of that, COVID-19 pandemics. There were many reasons, but the inflation peaked really materially, and this affected the welfare of people. It made simply people poorer. And we need to understand. So bringing inflation timely onto the target is the best, I would say, rifle against any political pressure. Fulfill your mandate. So therefore, I liked very much Governor Pishney's words. We are talking about new normal or normal, but I liked the recognition of reality. I think that's the thing. When you realize the reality, you realize your next steps. That's what the Governor Pishney said. And that's exactly what I wanted to say. We have a mandate, we have to fulfill it. Whatever label, new normal, next normal, previous normal, it's the reality, and we take this reality and we fulfill our mandate. That's the best tool against any interference with the central bank independence.
Thank you. Very clear and a very strong message indeed. It probably concurs with the thinking of Governor Pishney as well. Board Member Shalamacha, would you like to add to your view about possible compromises that may need to be done, or because we're in a new normal, or should not be done in a new normal?
Right. As it was mentioned here, the success of or enduring appeal of the concept of the central bank's independence relies on whether it properly delivers on its mandate. Because we had obviously historical examples, as I said in the introductory remarks, about the lessons from history of the independent central banks in the 20s and 30s, which acting on a outdated theoretical basis, mismanaged monetary policy with terrible results. I will not be able to pinpoint to other countries, but I might say only to pre-war Poland, which stuck to the gold standards after the UK and Britain decided to abandon that, up until 39. Or the thinking was locked. There are only like 6 and then 5 countries in the Golden Bloc. France, Switzerland, I think Belgium, Poland, and so on. So the key is how to properly calibrate this degree of independence, how to effectively communicate not only with the public, but with the other actors who the public, democratic public, is expecting them or blaming them for the results, and explaining reasons for your actions. One of the reasons for which people, as Governor Pishney said, sort of refuse to accept that there's a new normal is this desire to go back to the old good times, so that everything will be as we used to be, as it was before. And again, the same example from the 20s, when the entire new situation, the attempt was made to go back to the gold standard under the aegis of League of Nations solutions and so on and so forth. And it worked for just a few years, and it produced disastrous results for the world economy.
Thank you. Governor Pishney, would you like to add to react or
It seems to me we have to keep in mind when we talk about independence of central banks, we have to keep in mind that independence as a basic principle, as a basic value, is a response that some time ago was agreed, was a consolidated response of the financial world to the need to improve performance. Independence, obviously, and this is very symbolic that it was in the article of the IMF managing director again, that independence has immediate connection with efficiency of implementation of policies of central banks. But so it also used to be a response to some challenges and some reality that had to be realized at the global level some time ago. Ukrainian experience in Ukrainian experience, the issue of our independence is complicated, but the experience of full-scale invasion is remarkable for me. I don't know whether you paid attention, but more and more frequently we communicate, and this communication is both from the side of the central bank and our colleagues from finance ministry. We talk about financial stability. In our understanding, it brings together this price, financial exchange rate stability. This is a kind of basic value we aim to achieve, both of us, monetary and fiscal authorities. There is no other way to ensure independence other than to ensure efficient communication and common understanding of our objectives, no matter how difficult it is. This conflict of interest is built in institutional basis of the government and the central bank. They cover the needs. We influence the generation of these needs through efficient expectation management. But in one way or another, the communication, the cooperation, exchange of opinions, common understanding of objectives, and the value of each decision and risks generated by one or other decision. Common understanding that we refuse to make simple decisions that will cost too much later for the sake of macro-financial stability, which is a matter of interest for the finance ministry as well. That's why, even staying in this ivory tower, there is no other way than to invite for dinner a minister of finance to this tower, or to go to his tower and to continue talking about the same things that are valuable for both of you, and as a result that create macro-financial basis.
Was monetizing part of the government debt after the outbreak of the war. Now, the debt monetization is a big anathema for central banking, for monetary policy in general. Yet, given what we know, what we heard about the situation in Ukraine at the beginning of the war, and the challenges that you mentioned and are ahead of us, including geopolitical challenges, are purchases of government debt, sterilized or non-sterilized, totally out of question for you as senior policymakers? Or is it something that would be considered as a tool that it's not maybe a favorite tool of monetary policy, but a tool nonetheless. Especially considering that it's in some forms, this monetization may not be too different from quantitative easing programs used by Western central banks in not so many years ago. What do you think, Governor Shimkus?
That's a question. Because we are in a country which is at war, and this makes things very different. I need to admit that. But I'll take a bit different. I'll take a more generalized view on that. And the question before was on the central bank independence. And I'm afraid to say that there are boundaries which you consider yourself independent or central bank independent or not. And monetizing the sovereign debt in the primary market, I think this is the boundary, because nobody knows and sets the limit of that. Because if it is secondary market, which is a normal, I would say now, the normal monetary policy tools, large scale as an asset purchases program, it goes through via the financial system, which sets the price and the quantities. So I think everything is interrelated in the independence, the monetary financing, but I think monetary financing is a kind of taboo for central banking in more or less, so to say, normal situation. I understand that history is full of, so exemptions prove the rules. So we need to be open to that. And there are dear situations, as I said, country at war might be a different case. But in a more or less real normal situation, or I would say that's not the way the central bank should go.
Right. Provocative, stimulating question indeed. I admire and follow closely the Ukrainian example of how you managed to make both hands meet under this expectation and the pressure of IMF, World Bank, not to rely on monetization of the debt. They have a great case study for the future reference, because they observe economy of Ukraine, which is a sizable country, and have a great data, and they observe what works, how it works, and obviously at the same time there are programs. So it's not like you are not allowed, or monetization of the debt is off the limits, is forbidden, but there's no assistance, no help. So it comes with the support, and we know very well why there is such a resistance to accept this solution, because it's very difficult to keep it within limits, to tame it, to have it in a restricted size. It very quickly evolves when you look at the history into like first method, or the most beloved method of any government finance its need, and at the end you have the worst of both worlds. It is, you don't have any like tax revenues or functioning economy, because the primary monetary market doesn't work, and the economy implodes, and that's why the doctrine makes sort of sense. Although you might ask yourself, why on earth it matters if you're in a death throes? If the on the other side, if the other choice is physical elimination of the people or of the country, why should I matter? Why should I care about my suit? Why should I expect that in the times of my house being fired, and in fire, the fire brigades should come and put the fire down, but not damaging my collection of for books, carpets, and suits, and so on and so forth, and everything should be neat and clean afterwards. So also, because you might ask yourself the question, I'm giving historical examples, what methods were used by the proponents of these solutions? Now, these methods are proposed by the IMF or World Bank, by the institutional resolutions, but the countries which are most influential on the financial markets, would they themselves, in similar situation, would they not cry all hands aboard and everything and anything is acceptable? Or they would say, no, it's business as usual, and we should stick to the textbook and refrain from any kind of financing directly by the central bank. Well, I have doubts what they would do in this in a similar situation.
Very nice description of the dilemma. Thank you. Would you like to elaborate on your earlier comments about this monetization episode, and maybe how do you see that as a tool going forward?
David, tell me honestly, was it Ministry of Finance who asked you to ask this question? Because at the National Bank, the issue of monetary finance is never spoken out loud. But if we talk about honestly, in a straightforward way, we are not ashamed of the monetary finance that we forced to do in 2022, because that was finance was spent to fuel the Ukraine's capacity to resist. If you want, it was a part of anti-crisis package, or the tourniquet I mentioned. That was something our armed forces needed. We could not indeed sit in our ivory tower, because the tower could also be destroyed by a missile Kinjal, and it could be destroyed with all your principles. And therefore, at that moment of time, the National Bank made right decision. But at the same time, it is important to understand how this understanding evolved, that this decision, though it was fast and seemingly easy to adopt, why not? The cost of this decision turned out to be very high. At the end of 2022, we had 27% inflation. We had a challenge of unprecedented profit. We had additional risks to exchange rate stability and very clear understanding that in the conditions of the war, having applied such extraordinary measures of monetary finance of the budget and having in fact destroyed the transmission mechanism, the National Bank starts multiplying risks for macrofinancial stability. And here it was important that in the process of respective communications and discussions, all stakeholders agreed. In 2023 until now, and the day number 849 of the war, we have no monetary finance of budget deficit. To make it possible, the team of the National Bank and of Finance Ministry invested a lot of time and efforts to resume operations of domestic debt market. During my speech, I mentioned the number, which is impressive. 1 trillion was generated by the domestic debt market to cover our needs. This is the money that compensated that. This is the amount that actually replenished the budget instead of monetary finance. But to make it possible, we needed the confidence in the central bank and the transparency of our policies that were converted into understanding of agents. Yes, we stimulated from our side, but that was at the first stage. Now we see that today the market creates demand for domestic bonds, government bonds, even in the higher amounts that the government needs. And the war is going on. I mean that at that time, monetary finance, given that the war is a very concentrated, dramatic set of all possible shocks, it's a pure nightmare for a central bank. This monetary finance turned out to be a correct solution, but we worked hard to prevent it from generating additional risks and destructive effects. Do we, exclude potential future monetary finance? When the war is going on, we exclude nothing. But we understand, and our colleagues from the government understand, that this is extraordinary, a last resort, the very last resort, to cover the needs that we have. And we work hard to avoid such options and such circumstances. Domestic debt market operates. Macro-financial stability is our common value, both for us and for government colleagues. There is a dialogue, there is understanding, and there is a credibility of the central bank's opinion. But when you are at war, nothing can be excluded. But each measure, each solution has its price. And we should commonly understand the price and the risk of this decision. And this is our common result of this 849 days of the war. We understand together how to act in the best possible manner. It is also supported by the dialogues with our international financial partners. I wanted to mention that the value of communication with international partners is not only finance that Ukraine, of course, needs, huge, sufficient, and regular, but in fact, these dialogues and this cooperation with international partners is a platform that concentrates the expertise and starts generating decisions, common framework, common opinion, then that is later transformed into policies of our colleagues from the government and ourselves.
Thank you. So perhaps my last question, it will follow up on this very interesting exchange. Given the recent geopolitical trends, given the fragmentation of the world financial order in a way some of you spoke about, how do you see the price stability mandate, or more generally macro financial stability, as a legitimate part of national and economic security of a country? Is this appropriate to think that way? And should we therefore modify our institutional frameworks? And I'm alluding here to what Mr. Shalmacha said earlier. What are your thoughts about that, Governor Shimkus?
To some extent, it's quite easy question. I believe that macro financial stability is precondition of any policies. And it applies for monetary policy, it applies for security, it applies for everything. Because financial system is in a way nowadays is sometimes I say that financial services is like utilities. Cannot live without them nowadays. Financial system and macro financial stability is precondition of functioning, of efficient and smooth functioning of the economy as such, whatever the area and whatever the policy you have in mind. So in a way, it's a very, it does not, you ask the question from the security perspective, but I answer more generally. I mean, it's a must. It's a must. So the basic answer to your quite straightforward question is, of course, yes.
Then calls for the central bank independence to be part of national security concerns.
Well, with regards to macro financial stability and financial stability policies, again, I will refer to my EU background, so to say. And there are different regimes, in fact, how this macro financial stability is organized. In some cases, central bank is the one who is responsible and put frontward. But in other cases, you know, and it's again, financial stability is not only a responsibility of something that comes from the central bank activity as such. In fact, financial stability, macro financial stability is like an epicenter of policies encountering, you know, at one point, and then the waves spreading further. So in some cases, it's like committees or any kind of organizations which bears this ultimate steering, at least view of the macro financial stability. So how it's organized, it's a different story. But macro financial stability, I believe, it's precondition for any policy. So then it's yes.
Thank you. Board Member Shalamacha, would you agree?
Right, but there are very different institutional settings which this could be delivered, right? There always has to be a trust of the individuals and businesses in what the government and the central bank is doing. But you have example of Japan growth in the 60s and 70s. You had the examples of the last 2 decades. You have European development policies post-World War II, and so on and so forth.
І по суті, тому що я повністю погоджуюсь з вами, що макрофінансова стабільність – це те, що поєднує усі елементи і відбувається лише тоді, коли всі однаково ефективні. Бо якщо немає цієї взаємодії, завжди є розбалансована ситуація не є ознакою стабільності. Але в Україні є ще один фактор. Ну, зокрема, голова Національного банку входить до складу Ради національної безпеки і оборони. Через це так, в нашому випадку це обумовлено і вимогами часу, і ситуацією, яка створена повномасштабним вторгненням, і по великому рахунку є абсолютно виправданим рішенням. Але ви знаєте, я хотів би повернутися до початку нашої розмови, коли ми казали про нову реальність і необхідність усвідомлення цієї нової реальності. Я спостерігав під час весінніх зборів дуже цікаву трансформацію. Я хочу поділитися нею з вами. Вона якраз є частиною відповіді на ваше запитання. Під час весняних зборів відбувається традиційна презентація Європейського департаменту огляду економіки. На неї запрошують представників європейського регіону. Це зазвичай доволі глибока макроекономічна дискусія на доволі такому технічному рівні. Але цього разу прозвучали деякі речі, які для мене виявилися чітким маркером того, що все, усвідомлення настало. Коли Альфред Камерон в процесі обговорення цієї презентації каже про те, що макрофінансова стабільність – це частина національної безпеки країн Європейського Союзу. А потім кожен з міністрів фінансів і голів Центрального банку, а вони присутні на цій презентації вдвох, починає обговорювати питання пріоритизації військової потреби в бюджетній політиці. Якщо взяти до уваги, що бюджетне планування більшості країн Європейського Союзу побудовано на середньостроковій основі, і якщо взяти до уваги, що високі генерали Альянсу НАТО кажуть про цілком осяжну перспективу військового конфлікту країн Європейського Союзу з Росією вже на горизонті 3-5 років, це означає, що усвідомлення того, що макрофінансова стабільність і наслідки війни, які тривають в Україні, вже відбуваються і вже відбуваються в бюджетах країн Європейського Союзу. Це не відбуватиметься завтра, це вже відбувається, тому що нові політичні еліти, а Європейський Союз вже пройшов через складний цикл електорального вибору. Повинні зараз враховувати ці обставини в своїй політиці. І війна, яка точиться в Україні, вже сьогодні створює конкурентний тиск з такими завданнями, як соціальна сфера, гуманітарна сфера, зелений порядок денний. Через це макрофінансова стабільність і виклики, які, власне, сьогодні генеруються оцією новою реальністю, і їх ефективне подолання. Це, на мою думку, є беззаперечна складова національної безпеки, як окремих суб'єктів Європейського Союзу, так і Європейського Союзу, як геополітичного утворення.
Thank you very much. I think this closed my set of questions that I have had, and we still have about 15 minutes. So I would like to invite the audience, both present here as well as those online, to ask their questions. Please identify yourselves. And is there a question? Okay.
Alexander Farina, National Bank of Ukraine. First of all, let me thank you very much for this panel. I bet this is probably the best panel we had for 8 years dedicated to central banking. This is a very indeed intriguing topic, since as Governor Shimkus told in his opening, in his speech, we have many different and we have many things in common. But when we dig deeper, our discussion today was related to the mix of fiscal and monetary interaction. And actually, yesterday we had a very nice and insightful keynote speech by Frank Smets, where he introduced a model where both regimes are possible, monetary-led regime and fiscally-led regime. But basically, this implies that there should be time when central banks should share a little bit their dominance to fiscal policy. So my question is, do you think central banks are ready to give away their dominance, monetary dominance, and to accept active fiscal policy to help reach targets?
Nice question. Are we going to take it in the same order as before? Shimkus, please.
So let me begin asking you why it's 8 years, why in 8 years, why not 9 or so? So there should be a secret behind this, why it's 8 years. Well, can I just, not sure if I understood the question right. So should the fiscal authorities help to achieve the targets, the price stability, or?
Yeah, the way I understood is like we are sometimes used to, as central bankers, have pressure that we help fiscal policy to stabilize the economy. You know, sometimes fiscal policy has simply run out of its limits, and then everyone expects monetary policy to come in. And sometimes this is in order and in line with our stability mandate, and we do it. If I understood the question correctly, what about the other way around? What if we are running out of our tools, our arsenal, and would it be okay for us to accept fiscal help from governmental policies to achieve our objectives? How will we react to that? Are we adapted to it? Did I get the question, Sasha?
It's a good question. It's a very good question. And it's if you read the monetary policy statement by the ECB, you'll find an article on fiscal policies, saying that the public deficit should be controlled and some worries about the public debt and et cetera, et cetera. Even more, there are academic research and academic thinking that monetary policy cannot be effective in achievement of their price stability if the fiscal authorities are not doing their job on a right way. We had an excellent example how fiscal and monetary policy interaction and working hand in hand together could deprive the disaster, and that was COVID-19 pandemics we hit. I think if you're looking for another example, this is the best, because fiscal authorities, and it was mentioned by someone, these are the people who are elected. They have the overreaction function. And central bankers are appointed, are competent professional institution that has mandate set in the law, price stability, and in some cases, some others. And this kind of forms that they behave a bit differently. But if every institution fulfilling its mandate and not in a way, not helping the others to achieve their mandates, I think it's crucial. So I think I just can agree. So for central bank to achieve price stability, then for instance, you have high inflationary spending by the government. Of course, this makes task a lot difficult and much more painful for people, for society, than otherwise. So that's my answer.
Yes.
Would you like to add?
If I understand you correctly, I think we have done it. I mean, we have experienced it in my country. I mentioned this about these energy and electricity and gas price caps, which will be lifted in Poland starting from the 1st of July this year. But what happened is that, a year and a half or 2 years ago, the government has introduced these price caps, meaning I fix the electricity price per household, small businesses, and the local governments at X zloty per megawatt per hour, right? Why they did it? First, they could have financially, meaning they have reimbursed part of the lost revenue to the electricity companies. They could have done it because of inflation rent, because inflation revenues at that time were higher, as it happens with the VAT and so on, with the turnover taxes. They had this surplus which they shared with the population. And also, when it comes to interaction between the fiscal policy and monetary policy, we were sort of happy about it or accepted this as the bank because it slowed down or it cut off this last additional marginal points of inflation when it was going up and up and up and up. So we stopped at 18%, right? Because should that perhaps cross 20, 25%, you have this de-anchoring of expectations. You don't know what will happen later. You enter this field of emotional game of psychology, sometimes panic. You know how difficult it was in the Ukraine. So that is what happened, and it worked. And now, when the sort of times are a bit calmer, in due time they will phase it out, and that's why we are not panicking about it. We just say so. That will add up 2 or 3 points of inflation in the third or fourth quarter of this year, but it's okay. We will navigate. We will manage, right?
Right, but it's 2 years ago. Did you actually communicate with the government? Now it would be good if you froze
No,
these
they did
studies.
it on their own.
Yeah.
They did it on their own, but we had this opportunity that the previous prime minister was a banker himself previously in the previous life, so he knew money matters. Perhaps not as we at the central bank, but well enough.
Got it. Governor Pishny, would you like to comment?
Власне, я не буду оригінальним, відповідаючи на це питання. Немає іншого насправді способу, як правильно діагностувати, яку проблему ви вирішуєте. Якщо я не помиляюся, в тій доповіді, яка вчора звучала від представника Європейського центрального банку, саме на цьому побудована і відповідь. Монетарне домінування може мати місце за умови, якщо ви вирішуєте ті завдання, які можуть покрити за рахунок саме такого підходу. Фіскальне домінування також. Але найкращий варіант, і тут, вибачте за очевидність, це ефективний мікс. Це балансування тих підходів, а воно потребує спільного розуміння і оцінки ситуації, яку вам доводиться вирішувати. Але ваше питання звучало, чи готові ми відмовитися від монетарного домінування. Якби ви спитали міністра фінансів, чи готовий він відмовитися від фіскального домінування, що би він вам відповів? Ну, от моя відповідь буде приблизно такою самою. Ми повинні бути ефективними в реалізації політики. І ця ефективність залежить в першу чергу від того, як уряд і Національний банк дивляться на ситуацію, оцінюють її і наскільки ефективно вони можуть забезпечити оцей баланс, мікс фіскальної і монетарної політики. В якийсь момент монетарне домінування є абсолютно виправданим. Але в окремі моменти, як це було в ситуації з кризою ковіду, ми розуміли, що фіскальні стимули в даному випадку були, вочевидь, саме в той момент, і в залежності від тих викликів, які стояли перед, в тому числі, окремими країнами, національними економіками, більш ефективними. Через це, знову ж таки, пошук ефективного балансу. Але ця доповідь дійсно цікава, і я взяв її для себе як домашню роботу для вивчення. Бо я дуже сподіваюся, що настане час, коли Україні доведеться вирішувати ось такі нормальні макроекономічні проблеми, а не просто долати перманентну кризу, яка генерується війною. Ми всі за цим дуже скучили, насправді.
Thank you. There was a most regal ending to our discussion. I would like to thank you really very, very much. Very sincere for your very sincere views, very insightful, at least for me, and I trust for our audience as well. And I'm sure some of you will have questions, and our panelists will be, of course, here during today. So I'm sure you'll find more opportunities to ask those questions on the margins of the conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dear guests, we have a break, a lunch break until 1:30 p.m. We're waiting you here at 1:30. Шановні гості, конференція продовжиться за 5 хвилин. Dear guests, the conference begins in 5 minutes. Шановні гості, конференція розпочинається за хвилину. Dear guests, we are beginning now. Please take your seats. Okay, so let's move on with the 8th Annual Research Conference. And the topic of the next panel is towards recovery, sanctions, reparations, and use of seized assets. And let me introduce you our moderator, Jacob van Kierkegaard of the Peterson Institute of International Economics. He will moderate the panel, and also our participants, Elena Rybakova, Kyiv School of Economics, Peterson Institute for International Economics, Nicolas Veron, Bruegel, Peterson Institute for International Economics, Denis Maluska, Minister of Justice of Ukraine, and Dmytro Oleynik, Deputy Governor of the National Bank of Ukraine.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And it's always, of course, with a certain trepidation that you start a panel right after lunch. But on the other hand, given the topic of this panel, which is sanctions, reparations, and the use of seized assets, I think it's fair to say that we are moving beyond the intricacies and technicalities of monetary policy and into, quite frankly, the core political and economic dilemmas that face Ukraine, but perhaps also even more so, its allied countries in Europe, North America, and indeed around the world. It's no secret that money matters more than most things in times of war. Sanctions are well known historically. There's obviously always a scope, an issue of the scope of it. We have had this with the economic and technology sanctions on Russia. Should you implement them 100%? Right away, or should you, as was, I think, proposed by Chancellor Scholz of Germany at some point, make sure that they don't hurt those countries that enforce them more than Russia? We obviously have, as of this week, the 14th package of sanctions from the European Union, which clearly indicates a certain incrementalism, but perhaps also learning by doing. In the implementation of sanctions. And then there is the relationship of the sanctions also in the long run. Is it actually feasible that you could have economic sanctions even after the end of the war lifted on a war criminal like Vladimir Putin? I would be questionable. There is also the issue of reparations. Again, it's a well-known concept from history and economics. Obviously, how much, when, and how is it to be paid? And there is a very basic principle, moral, but also enshrined in international law, that focuses on the aggressor must pay, right? And it is perhaps particularly relevant when the aggressor is an imperialist nuclear-armed member of the Security Council. Even though it, of course, means that international institutions will find it difficult to act, and therefore becomes necessary for a coalition of the willing, most likely of Ukraine and its allied nation, to enforce the necessity of reparations to be paid. Then it takes us naturally to the issue of seized assets. And I think that board member, excuse me, Salamarcha, in the first opening remarks, mentioned that Russia has a checkered history when it comes to paying agreed reparations after wars. It also, of course, will still be a nuclear power. So seizing these assets may indeed be as good as it gets. Which, of course, means that I don't think there's any doubt that these assets will eventually come to benefit Ukraine. But the question, of course, is when and how and under what circumstances. And then there is the issue of the precedent-setting effect of these asset seizures. Because what are the implications of the actions taken by the international community with regards also to other nuclear-armed members of the UN Security Council with territorial aspirations on their neighboring democratic states? I am, of course, here talking about China. And we saw last week at the Peace Summit in Switzerland that this issue of seizing assets is highly controversial also among the group of countries that are outside, if you like, the coalition of Ukraine's immediate allies. So there are many and politically charged issues to discuss on this panel. Fortunately, we have an excellent panel with which to address all of these issues. It is therefore with a particular pleasure that I give the first word to you, Alina, as the first also woman on stage at this conference.
Thank you so much. So I'll start with the background exactly on the sanctions and what we're trying to achieve. So after a lot of confusion about the targets of sanctions, and sanctions were supposed to end the war, sanctions were supposed to have a regime change, I think eventually we settled sanctions as supposed to prevent Russia from waging the war on Ukraine. So we want to reduce Russia's ability to wage the war on Ukraine. Sometimes, you know, there's a discussion also like in central banking. I can give this example. There is this question of ambiguity, right? Greenspan's constructive or it turned out to be destructive ambiguity eventually was settled on the more clear policy communication. Similarly with sanctions, on one hand, if you don't have a target, you cannot miss it, right? On the other hand, if you are very obscure and vague, then it's also sometimes harder to achieve a target. So preventing Russia from waging the war on Ukraine. It's also important to remember what we do not want to achieve. We do not want to vaccinate Russia against sanctions, right? We don't want to vaccinate Russia against, like COVID, for example. We want to make sure that sanctions produce an effect. And we forget that sometimes sanctions maybe will have a strong immediate effect, and they should be used in coordination with other policies. For example, passing on more weapons or supporting Ukraine financially, creating this sort of coherent strategy. Because otherwise, we end up with vaccination. For example, recently, yes, MISEC sanctions were important. They did produce some effect. But if they would have been taken together with other financial sector sanctions in the beginning of the war, that would have created more instability in the market and they would have been more impactful. It is good that we're doing cleanup. We will continue to do cleanup along different areas. But it's also important to think strategically, that you have a strong impact. It gives you a window of maybe 3-6 months until, of course, some workarounds are inevitably found. And then we have a period of sort of maintenance. So when you do maintenance, you brush your teeth every day, it's not going to save you from cancer, right? So similarly with sanctions, again, you do maintenance. Over time, they will have inevitably impact on the Russian economy. It will be less competitive. It will be less productive. It will be much more focused on producing weapons, which do not add to the welfare of the country. But again, they're not helping win the war. So I think it's almost like a sanctions curve. When you have a strong impact that creates this balance among the authorities, focuses their attention to firefighting and lots of problems, but then it sort of settles into this game, you know, sort of back and forth where they're finding the workarounds and then we're finding ways to strengthen the sanctions and sort of over medium to long run the way on the economy. Where are we now and what kind of sanctions we're doing? So we do have the financial sector sanctions. I think they had the most impact in the beginning of this sort of shock effect. Much more can be done on the financial sector sanctions. People often remember, oh, but the Russian banks are on the SDN list. But they have the general licenses to do a lot of things. You know, with the general license, sort of, they get extended or regularly, they can do a lot of trading, right? At the same time, many Russian banks are not on SDN list. So it's very easy, as you know, to channel your transactions via other banks. There are many foreign banks continuing operating in Russia. And again, you know, they continue to facilitate flows of trade and other, you know, goods and capital back and forth from Russia. Similarly, with the SWIFT disconnecting, again, a few banks are disconnected, the rest are continue to trade. So in the financial sector sanctions, yes, we can do more. You've seen recently the effect on the MISECs, but it's also good to think strategically, when is the right time to do that more? When does Ukraine need particular help together with the measures on the battlefield, more weapons? When does it need to have that window to destabilize Russian authorities? So we need to, I think, to think in those terms. So these are your financial sector sanctions. Yes, there was hope in the beginning of turning that financial sector crisis in Russia into an economic negative feedback loop. It sort of had a chance, but it wasn't, you know, wasn't fully effective. And eventually Russia settled into the new patterns. The other measure which we have done was the oil price cap and the embargo. The European Union has done an embargo. The oil price cap is a way of having having a cake and eating it too, in some ways, right? It's a multiple objective measure where we want to have still access to Russian oil, but also at the same time reduce Russian revenues. When these objectives come into conflict, it seems that the first objective of letting Russia have access to the global markets, having the oil on the market wins. And we have many issues with that. Again, there have been some creative measures. For example, the recent sort of putting on the OFAC list of Russian ships has had an impact, because then it's much harder for Russia to keep on buying new shadow fleet. One could also discuss putting Russian ports on the sanctions list. So there are some creative measures that can be done, but again, there is always this sort of dual objective, letting Russian oil flow to the market and reducing revenue. And I think politically, it's a very sort of difficult conflict that countries, and Jacob mentioned the fact that we need to think there will be costs to sanctioning to countries extending sanctions. You know, countries like the US, Europe have used to the situation where they sanction Venezuela or North Korea. They really don't have any economic cost. But like any policy measure, usually have some costs and benefits. So they need to think about the cost of sender of these sanctions. And the third measure that we're doing very actively is export controls to Russia. What I oftentimes hear, you know, this sort of very propaganda kind of narrative, well, the sanctions are not having any impact, or sanctions are not working perfectly. Well, yes, any policy is not working perfectly, but, you know, let's think about it. You know, sanctions are hurting regular population in Russia, but let's think about it rationally. Russia is attempting to occupy Ukraine, has attacked one of the allies, you know, of the Western world, European countries, US. So is it rational to send to Russia weapons? Probably not, right? Is it rational to give Russia foreign exchange? Probably not. So behind this sort of sanctions or economic statecraft, we often forget that it's just simple, rational policy decisions. We do not want to send weapons to Ukraine. To Russia. We want to send weapons to Ukraine, but we should not be sending weapons to Russia. This is what sanctions say about. So the third important measure that we're doing is we're preventing Russia from accessing weapons to be able to fight Ukraine, to occupy Ukraine. These are called export controls. Again, there are many more measures that can be done there. The implementation and enforcement has to be strengthened in this area, particularly because if you look at the sort of so-called battlefield goods that are on the sort of critical list that Russia absolutely shouldn't be getting hands on, we have seen only a reduction of about 10% year on year in dollar terms in these battlefield goods, in terms of Russia's access to these battlefield goods. So again, we should be doing much more in this area. Some work has been done, but the implementation enforcement. So that brings us to the final one on the reserve assets. So helping Ukraine win the war and preventing Russia from waging the war on Ukraine is about changing the balance in this situation, right? So we're trying with oil, we're trying with the export controls, we tried the financial sector sanctions. We have this big, potentially extremely impactful measure of Russian reserve assets. And that's why Russia has been so noisy. If we were to take these assets and give it to Ukraine now, that would create a dramatic change in the balance of power. And that's why Russia is unhappy. Russia is not unhappy because they're missing these assets. I mean, Russia, unfortunately, has gained a lot of assets since then. You remember that Russian current account surplus in 2022 was almost $230 billion. Here we're talking about $300 billion. So Russia, yes, in the first months, maybe days after the invasion, maybe that the measure created sort of an important impact of the sort of reducing the policy space, but now Russia has largely forgotten those assets. But the reason Russia is so unhappy is because it's worried that will create the change in the balance of power, including in the battlefield in this war. And I think that's why Russia is making noises. And we'll discuss it much more during this panel. And I know my colleagues here from the Department of Justice are here, so I don't want to, Minister of Justice, I don't want to make the comments, but on the legal front, we economists here are educating ourselves about countermeasures. One could say sanctions are also a countermeasure. What is a countermeasure? Is the ability of a country to do self-help. It is ability to protect itself against the invasion. So when our colleagues at the ECB make comments that, look, you know, if we were to take over Russian assets, we will undermine the sort of the global legal system, you know, that we're trying to protect. Well, Ukraine and Russia didn't have any territorial disputes. There is nothing that, you know, that provoked Russia to dispute or invade the country. So there is absolutely pure violation of the territorial integrity of a country. That is illegal. There should be a possibility for countries to protect themselves. And one of those measures is a countermeasure and taking over Russian reserves, and also arguably potentially some of the sanctions we have done is also a form of this countermeasure. So this is something that I'm sure we'll discuss, especially with the legal experts here, more. In terms of the macroeconomic impact, again, any measure has its pluses and minuses. One could say Russia if we take over reserve assets of Russia, there will be some financial sector instability because, say, China or Saudis will decide to not invest anymore in European or US dollar paper. Well, the question is, what will they invest in? And if indeed they find alternatives, let's think about it as economists. Let's think about how much the cost of debt of issue of European or US paper could increase. And let's put it in the model and have an open discussion about the cost and benefits. And this way we can think about the financial stability arguments. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
An exemplary time management of the 10 minutes that you were allocated. Thank you very much, Alina. Nicola?
So, well, first, I'm not sure if this works. Yes, it does. First, I want to say how incredibly honored and happy I am to be in Kiev for this conference. I'm an observer. I don't specialize in Ukraine matters. I'm an observer of the global financial sector and particularly of the European financial system. To me, what's happening here is incredibly important, not just from an emotional and individual perspective, but also because it's so impactful for the future of Europe and the world. And the world has a better future if Ukraine wins the war than if it doesn't. So I think the framing is really what brings me here in many ways and aligns my emotional support for Ukraine's cause here with my policy perspective. I say that first because I'm going to frame the debate about the Russian assets in this global context. And we'll have differences in the panel, inevitably, because there are different perspectives on this debate. Now, let me say that I don't think this debate can be considered entirely in isolation. I think the real issue, if you think about it, is not what do we do with this shiny object that is out there, $300 billion in the control of Ukraine's friends, of which about 2/3 are at Euroclear in Belgium. And the rest, we don't know exactly, but it's probably, so the last third is probably divided in not equal, but similar terms between the rest of Europe, Japan, and all the others. All the others are the countries that report these things, so that includes US, UK, Australia, Canada, Switzerland. So think about it this way, 2/3 at Euroclear in Belgium, in the EU, 1/9, maybe around 1/9 in the rest of the European Union, 1/9 in Japan, 1/9 in all the other countries we're talking about. I think that order of magnitude is important because in a way, and paradoxically, the debate is much more vocal in the US than it is in Europe. Maybe we'll come back to that. And that creates a certain perspective, including in some technical aspects of the debate, because Europeans, for a variety of reasons, are less inclined to discuss these things in public, in the open space, even when they have strong opinions and strong positions. So the second thing I want to say about the kind of framing of the debate is it's about the resources for the war. That's the only thing that matters. How many resources does Russia get? How many resources does Ukraine get? And we want to minimize the resources for Russia and to maximize the resources for Ukraine. It's as simple as that. We, in that case, I think I'm speaking not just for myself or my co-panelists, but I think I'm speaking to a large extent for the European Union and the US in the current circumstances and a number of other partners, including, of course, Japan, South Korea, now more obviously than before, given Mr. Putin's visit, Canada, Australia, and others. It's important to keep in mind that moving from the current immobilization of Russian assets to confiscation of Russian assets doesn't change anything in terms of the resources available to Russia. It may give us a certain moral satisfaction, and I'm not denying the power of that, but for Mr. Putin and his war effort, these resources are gone. He's not counting on them. He's not counting on getting them back. There is no plausible scenario in which he would get them back for the war effort. They're under good guard in Europe, principally, and a few other places. If we confiscate instead of just immobilizing, if we change the property status of the assets, we don't change the resource equation for Mr. Putin and his warmongering clique. For Ukraine, of course, things are different. And the question, I think, that is not just moral and symbolic here, but operational and practical, is the resources for Ukraine. And for that, I will say the following. Of course, you always want more money in a war, as in other circumstances, and I respect that view. But with the major exception of the episode in 2022, late 22, that the governor Pishny referred to and the panel referred to earlier today, Ukraine has been in a situation which was not a situation of financial distress. And this is, of course, primarily tribute to the excellent management of the situation by the Ukrainian authorities, but I think also primarily, and it has to be factored into the fact that not always in a perfect manner, but in a very steadfast manner, Ukraine's friends have provided Ukraine the external financial support it needed and made sure that it would not need again to have recourse to monetary financing the way it did in 22. So the reason why Ukraine has not needed monetary financing in 23 and 24 is, I think we can agree on that, thanks to the external financial assistance, which itself is thanks to the extraordinary achievements of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian society and the Ukrainian companies and the Ukrainian authorities in their behavior during this war. Now I have good news. This support is not ending. We have seen the difficulties in the US with military support, and I'm not commenting about that because I don't know much about that. I think it's a major issue, which is something that is not directly connected with the issue of Russian assets, because Russian assets are about money, and the US support is actually about a number of military things that money cannot buy. So only the US can give them because it's not just a matter of money. So I will limit myself to what is a matter of money and exclusively money. And on this, which is the external financial assistance, the macro financial assistance that the Ukrainian government receives, at this point, and even more going forward, the overwhelming majority, or at least the vast majority of that, is coming from the European Union. So the US is a key strategic player, is a key player in military affairs. But at this point and going forward, it was not the case at the beginning of the full-scale invasion. The EU is the main player in terms of external financial assistance to the Ukrainian government, which allows civil servants to be paid, pensions to be paid, civil services to be paid. Here's the good news, is that the EU's willingness to continue giving that money is, I think, very strong. And yes, there was a little bit of a delay in agreeing the Ukraine facility earlier this year, and that was unfortunate. It was not crippling because the EU was willing to provide the bridge financing, and the availability of the Ukraine facility, in my view, was never really in doubt, despite the gesticulations of Mr. Orban. But I think you can extend that going forward. I'm very confident. I know this is not, I'm not able to give that as a promise, but as an analyst, I'm very confident that the EU will not only continue to provide that support, but actually increase it. As you know, this support is very significant for Ukraine. It's about 0.1% this year, as it was like last year, of EU GDP. 0.1% is, you can say it's generous, you can see it otherwise, but it's eminently affordable. So EU can continue to provide that money. They can expand the support, even if they have to take a stance of fiscal retrenchment going forward. And I think this is a fundamental feature of the equation. There is actually a lot of space to extend it. Sorry about that. And you see where I'm coming here. The immobilization of the assets is mission accomplished. is mission accomplished. We have denied, we have collectively denied, thanks to very good joint work of particularly Americans and Europeans, we have collectively denied Putin access to these resources, and that advantage is here to stay. The next thing that is critically important is to keep the resources for Ukraine. The EU can keep doing that. The next thing that is important, and this was mentioned this morning, is to keep support, or actually to regain support from the rest of the world. It is a failure, a collective failure. Our speaker from the National Bank of Poland has mentioned it, that countries like India, Brazil, South Africa, I'm not even talking about China, and others are not supporting Ukraine's war efforts the way we believe, I believe also, that they should be. We have to acknowledge that confiscation would be viewed by most, perhaps all of these countries as an extremely hostile move. And therefore the trade-off, yes, Jacob, I'm concluding, the trade-off is for Europe, because Europe is a decision maker here, to decide between confiscation, which they can always do later, or keeping financing the Ukrainian war effort as they have been doing and are doing at this point. I think the second option at this point is the prudent option. I look forward to our discussion.
Well, thank you very much, Nicholas. Let's now get a non-economist point of view from Ukraine. It's my pleasure to give you the word to the Minister of Justice, please.
Thank you. I probably would start against my mandate, and I'm Minister of Justice, but I would say that here in the case of the war with Russia, justice is of secondary importance in comparison to the victory. Why that? Russians acting based on the assumption, or rather Russian proverb, winners are not judged, победители не судят. And they are pretty much sure that as soon as they win the war, they will be able to settle. I mean, to agree on immunity, on some exemptions from responsibility. They will pay nothing to Ukraine or to those who suffered. And actually, this is their goal, and that was actually confirmed by the latest statements of Putin himself. He told that strategic-wise, we cannot allow a defeat in the war. It's going to be devastating for the country, so we risk nothing, we just go ahead. From that perspective, and again, we didn't have any meaningful exemption from that rule, from the perspective of the Russian government. Always a party winning the war managed to settle. Again, all our efforts, legal team within the Ministry of Justice, in the Office of the Prosecutor General, from our partners from the Office of the President, other governmental bodies, and our diplomatic colleagues, we try hard to ensure that there are some exemptions from that rule, so that completely independent from the results of the war, justice could be served in terms of at least some payments or recognition of the crimes committed by the Russian Federation. That matters, but this is not really substantial enough. For instance, next week on Tuesday, there will be announcement of the decision of European Court for Human Rights in the case Ukraine against Russia on Crimea. Again, we, fingers crossed, we hope that this is gonna be a positive decision for Ukraine, but still the question would arise, what next? From that perspective, I'm closely coming to the issue of Russian sovereign assets. We fought hard, and still in that fight, for full confiscation of Russian sovereign assets. Not only it's because a big chunk of money, it's because to help Ukrainian economy or government to finance our expenditures. No. We really see that confiscation of those assets, and I fully agree with previous colleagues stating that would make a sea change in terms of the war. This will completely change the balance of power. If Ukraine is able to invest 300 billion of US dollars in long-term contracts with military producers to pay for weapon produced by Ukrainian producers, this could change the balance on the battlefield dramatically. And I would just remind you that quite a lot of weaponry producers hesitated in case of their decisions to expand production because they were not sure about the long-term contracts and long-term demand for the weaponry. And again, it's hard. Increasal of production of weaponry requires significant investments, and 300 billion would be really decisive there. I'm pretty sure that we would have a completely different scenario now on the battlefield if Russian sovereign assets were confiscated a year ago, for instance, and sent to Ukraine. Unfortunately to us, but some might say luckily, depends on the option selected. International community selected, at least at this point, a compromise. I would rather say this is a political compromise, not financial or legal one. Not to confiscate, but to limit themselves to windfall profits and securitize those windfall profits and provide Ukraine 50 billion grant financed by a loan or several loans. This is good since it covers our expenditures for 2025 if the mechanism is implemented, but it is not a sea change in terms of the war. This is incremental approach, which is better than doing nothing, but in terms of our strategic interests, it does not serve the ultimate goal. That's why we are keeping asking our international partners that when structuring this deal, 50 billion deal of based on windfall profits, not to limit themselves and not to make impossible further confiscation of Russian sovereign assets in the future. So that from the legal perspective, those assets still could be confiscated in different jurisdictions based on their national legislation. And I would remind you here that according to the bill adopted by the US Congress, US still right now can confiscate. Of course, the amount of money there is not significant. It's just 5 billion plus, but still from the legal perspective, it's doable, it is allowed, and the mandate is there. So this puts aside a bit any legal disputes on the legality of confiscation of sovereign assets. From the international perspective, again, this is not a legal forum, but from the perspective of international lawyers, the doctrine, the law is there. So there is a mandate, there is a possibility, according to international law, to confiscate sovereign assets, provided that those assets are not taken away by, I don't know, European countries or by US or other governments, but are paid as reparations. Mostly to Ukraine, of course, but this does not exclude possible payments and compensations to foreign businesses who also struggled and had losses during the war. Quite a lot of Western businesses really suffered. Again, there are some other concerns voiced by our partners. Some of them were already voiced here today, recalled today during the conversation, financial ones, concerns about the stability of euro, concerns about reaction of the global south and what will they do with their sovereign assets, consequences with regards to some historical aspects, whether some European countries would be reminded of their own sins and wars and the need to compensate for the damages created during those times. So there are quite a lot of them, but the short reaction to all those concerns still should be a simple one. Full confiscation is not the best solution. Probably it's not even a good solution for European countries and other big countries who are having those assets. But this is a choice between the bad and the worse. The bad are those consequences on the financial system and others, but there is a worse scenario under which any type of defeat of Ukraine, again, let's put aside the definition of victory and defeat of Ukraine. This is a theme for a completely separate discussion, but still, defeat of Ukraine under any definition would have a significant worse impact on our partners, on their economies, on the rule-based order, on the stability of euro, if compared to confiscation. Again, things could change. I would not, by the way, agree that Russia forgot and already accepted they will never have access to those 300 billion. I would rather say that their plan minimum is not to allow Ukraine to use those funds in order not to allow a sea change, but their maximum plan is to put those money as a bargaining chip on the negotiation table and to get money back, maybe with some conditionalities like to spend those resources on humanitarian needs of Russian people or whatever. But this is theoretically still doable. And given that there would be quite a lot of elections on the territory of our partners, and given that Russia will not probably disappear during the next couple of decades, it's hard to predict what will happen in 20 years or in 10 years or even in 5 years. So I think that they are still quite optimistic, and I'm not meaning Ukraine, but whole Western society didn't show them enough that we are serious enough about those sovereign assets and that we really can, in the shortest period, during the short run, really react significantly and act decisively on the part of those sovereign assets. Again, I'm completing right now. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Minister. And let's proceed to the view from the Ukrainian Central Bank. Mr. Deputy Governor, 10 minutes is yours.
Мікрофон працює, да?
Does the mic work? Yeah. Thank you. I would like to thank my colleagues who have organized this conference. As far as I understand, there have always been some obstacles, and it's good that we have gathered today and understand that this is a big and very significant work. It was hard to organize it, so thank you for your work. And also, I will try to tell about the history and vision of the National Bank of Ukraine, how we have, been through this and how much time it took us to prepare the sanction track. Sometimes we call it, refining, because the history of work of the National Bank as the way the country works in this direction, it's very interesting because Russia did not appear by our borders on the 24th of February, 2022. They have invested in the banks and the insurance companies, and many enterprises, this way or another, were controlled by them. And many people who sympathize Russia have Ukrainian cards. And a lot of the air defense system that is used by the participants of financial sector, they also have the Russian route. So I will tell you, I will, give you the picture that's going to be interesting enough, and then I will tell you about our plans, further plans. If we take a look at the infrastructure of the fight, of the work with the sanctions track, it wasn't built, and it is still not built up like it is in some of the foreign countries. We do not have a separate body that's responsible for the sanction policy or for the check of the sanction list. And in 2022, on February 24th, all the agencies in Ukraine, each of them has begun working independently, working in the team to get the result in refining or purification of the financial sector from the Russian assets that were in Ukraine and implementing different initiatives. When the war began, I think you all know what banks were like. And our top 10, there were 2 Russian banks, by the way, who for a very long period of time, our Ukrainian citizens had the bank cards there, so they would be getting loans from it. The strategic enterprises as well were using the list of services of these banks. So in the beginning of the war, we know that there are 2 state-owned banks that are in top 10, and thanks to the team of the NBU, the work of these banks was seized because we couldn't understand how this infrastructure could have been used. Nicholas said an interesting phrase that it is important so that one party would get less money and then they can lose, but most importantly for another party to get more money. But it's not all so simple, because it depends upon also the infrastructure and the question of circulation of Russian money and what they're used for in Ukraine. There is no answer to this. There were many examples we saw on the internet. They were all public. When one of the state-owned banks, a few days before the invasion, they were purchasing lots of cash, and they would they had it in their cashier desks. And we once visited one of the banks who were actually storing cash. Why did they do this? Maybe they wanted to give it out at the parades, just like it was mentioned on the internet. Maybe we will learn about this. But why did they credit the state-owned enterprises and then lead them to bankruptcy? Well, maybe these are just coincidences, but maybe not. So primarily, the team of the National Bank of Ukraine has successfully, took out 2 Russian banks out of top 10. And we also had to take a look what were the risks of the financial activity. And it turned out that we had not even one insurance company with Russian origin. And they, of course, they were not registered for the Russian citizens. And when they were sanctioned or they were taken out of the market, the directors, even the owners, they couldn't explain which funds they used to buy these insurance companies. Somebody tried to confirm the source of origin of money with a cryptocurrency, but that's also very interesting. We have started verifying and checking we found out that in Ukrainian banks, they will also use the software from the, Russia. And imagine that even the salaries were paid or remunerations were made in that. So these were the softwares that refer to the Russian companies. And if Russia has a button that they can just turn it off with, or maybe if what's even worse, if all the transactions in the region, they can be, somewhere in the cloud service, they can be in the computer of other person, and they can easily go through all of these records and respond to this information in any way they want. So we had active work with our colleagues analyzing the financial companies that were operating in the market, and we have identified one of the Russian bookmakers who for a very long time, he had different titles in Ukraine, but on the initiative of the National Bank, they were also, canceled, and we got 1,800,000,000 hryvnias. And this also thanks to the work of the colleagues of the NBU. So I would like to express gratitude both to the team and to the board for the support of these initiatives. It was a very significant job. But the work of the National Bank of Ukraine doesn't only lie in application of sanctions or detecting such banks, because the financial system itself is so huge that there are millions of customers. And so we approached this exercise in a well-structured way, and we gave the chance to the banks to evaluate their clients, both legal entities and private persons. When they open an account, we don't only check the information about the transactions, like what are the sources of origin of the money. And the National Bank gave the requirement to the banks and non-banking institutions to correctly identify these ties. And quite often, this allows to block the suspicious transactions, because in our opinion, sanctions and refining the market, it's not only about getting more money into our budget, it's about making impossible for suspicious transactions, or making it impossible to, also fund some suspicious operations or cyber attacks, for example. So one of the interesting research that we have observed lately, it's about the way Russia used cryptocurrency for financing the operations of the terrorists in the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic. And unfortunately, we do not have the body that would be issuing the licenses and verifying the operations and blocking these transactions. So these surveys, research studies, they are very interesting to familiarize with, but there must be like the regulator. Also, the colleague spoke about the next steps. Of course, we do not leave only with the history. The work doesn't stop. It hasn't stopped. Many ideas that we are working on, and the work on communicating these ideas to our partners, to the sanction coalitions, it's also very important. It wasn't established 2 years ago. It's still being built on, but the chair of the National Bank of Ukraine spends also a lot of time explaining the motivation for our steps. And sometimes we get some good results. And those sanctions and suggestions, sanctions offers that we made, they were often mirrored both in the US and in the EU. And as for the next steps, what we plan and what we see, we have the personal vision for the chair of the National Bank of the Russian Federation. I think we think that it must be sanctioned by the EU, just like it was sanctioned by us and the USA. We see narrowing down the access of Russian banks to the SWIFT system, even though there is the statistics about 80% of Russian banks, if I'm not mistaken, in the ratio to the sanctioned assets. But in Russia, there are more than 300 banks, and so they're still using the SWIFT infrastructure. And we also see sanctioning other participants, like secondary sanctions on those participants who are using the alternative to SWIFT infrastructure that exists in Russia and that is used for settling with Korea, Iran, and other countries. And this is very important for us. Also, we suggest the partners of the sanction coalitions to mirror our initiative that has been implemented by the law of Ukraine to sanction all the financial sector of the Russian Federation that included both banks, insurance companies, and even the Moscow Stock Exchange was sanctioned. And you see the effect from the sanctions by the USA. You see that there is no more access for currency exchange, and also in other jurisdictions, it has become limited for them to place in securities. And also speaking about the seized assets and Euroclear, and other organizations, we always and gradually insisted on Ukraine obtaining access to these funds. Of course, a lot has been said about the risks, but the risks of underfinancing the military campaign of Ukraine and the social payments, they carry the following risks. And Mr. Zhelezniak has said, what economics do we have in Mariupol now? So what military industry are we going to talk about? It's even terrible and horrible to imagine. That's all from me. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Governor. Well, we have about 40 minutes left, and I would like to certainly, given the various aspects of this subject, where it's not just a matter of technical expertise, there's a lot of political and moral judgments involved as well. So I think I'm going to waive the number of questions that I have and try to actually go directly to you in the audience. So I should warn you that if you don't have any questions, I have plenty. But I would really like to hear from the audience to ask any questions to the panel that you might have on various aspects of this complicated issue. So please, who would like to go first? Otherwise, I can go first and I can keep going. Oh, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Maria Rybko, Center for Economic Strategy. I have a question to all the panelists. I don't know who would like to take it. I have read in Swiss paper, the Swiss researchers paper, that next year Russia is planning to spend $143 billion to their war effort. So as far as I know, Ukraine is spending much less money on that. In your opinion, what could be the source of funding? It could be Russian assets, it could be, I don't know, international aid or whatever it could be, that would allow Ukraine to match or even outmatch the Russian efforts. Thank you so much.
Whoever wants to pick it up. Nicola, you can start.
I mean, for me, it's very clear that the effort that has been decided initially by the European Union and, by the way, by others as well, in their support of Ukraine was enough to avoid the worst case scenarios, but not enough to achieve the EU strategic objectives. And the EU strategic objective, as I read it, is Ukrainian victory. So I am very clear that to achieve that, the EU should increase its support, particularly if we see the support from the US decreasing in an adverse political scenario in the US, which, as we know, cannot be entirely ruled out. I'm sorry about that. I thought I had deactivated it, but it turns out to be more difficult than I thought. So the answer to your question, Maria, is more money, and specifically, to be precise and not vague, more money from the European Union. I think if I were to advise the Ukrainian authorities, I would give them that advice. I think essentially what Ukraine needs is money, more money. The one player that has the money and the strategic imperative to help Ukraine, absolutely, at this point, is the EU, more in my analysis than the US, because of the geography, the history, and the other obvious aspects. And I think the trade-off of how to procure that money, whether confiscating the assets that are under European control or giving more money from the resources that EU has anyway, I repeat, this year's support, last year's support, 0.1%, 0.1%, 1/1000th of EU GDP. We can increase from there. I would like us to increase from there. That's my advice to the EU authorities. I think that answers your question. The trade-off is to be managed by the EU, but the money should be there for Ukraine to fight.
Maybe I'll just also jump in on the specifics. I think the reason we picked up the discussion on this 50 billion, which resulted in the political compromise on the 50 billion, is precisely the issue that we couldn't find the money. And I think it's very important. It is good to separate finance and macroeconomics. And it's wonderful that Nicola also commented about the general commitment, especially from the EU. But we also need to think about the specifics. It's very hard to separate military and economics because the last 7 months or so have shown that military affects the economics. We have a big issue with energy, which is now is going to revise all of our forecasts from wonderful, we talked to colleagues here, 3-4% growth this year. It's going to be something very different. And then it feeds to the deficit and the budget, not just for the military, but also for other spending. So I think these issues are very much intertwined. And I think the discussion on the sovereign assets is not going to go away because yes, we have the 50 billion, which is maybe enough for a year. Is it enough for military and financing? If it's just financing, maybe it's enough. Is it enough also for the military? Not. If it's not enough for the military, then we're again opening a gap in the sky, and then we have worse energy, and the next winter will be, I mean, it's already will be very difficult, it will be even worse, right? So the conversation then, what is from both sides? From the US, as my colleague also pointed out, I think either administration that comes next year, it will be very difficult to get a new package. There is a chance, especially if the Biden administration stays. Obviously, I'm speculating as an economist on politics, but there is a possibility of some package, but it's not clear even within the Biden administration. I think that's why securing this 50 billion. What I understand from the public statements, the agreement was that it still doesn't prevent Ukraine from getting the rest one day. So that was a critical part of the negotiations, that it doesn't block the sovereign assets by the virtue of creating this deal. So yes, we have secured something, but I think it's with the discussion will reopen. Nicola is very right. It's such a small share of the European budget. So thinking more and contributing to the discussion from Ukraine as well on the way that European institutional spending on defense happens. Is there common borrowing for defense? Because at the end of the day, Ukraine is part of Europe. It is defense of Europe, right? And we have members in Europe that sitting on the border as well, Poland, the Baltics and others. So it's also Europe spending on its own defense. That is critical. I think, and then last thing is, I think we talk about precedents about Russian assets, but I think what we do or not do also sends important precedents, right? So then the precedent is if you can invade the neighbor, but you can still continue to enjoy the benefits of the global rule-based system. Is that a good precedent? So I think we also need to think about the precedents like that. Thank you.
Here, just another point from me. I hope you have paid attention, yes, to the very detailed discussion we had yesterday about some news. Russia has substantially increased the taxes, and the analysts have calculated it's sufficient for them to mobilize several $100 million. So if we're talking about confiscation and revenues from seized assets and 20 billions, so we received 20 billions, and Russia is able to mobilize a few hundreds billions of dollars from taxes. And so it's really important to encourage the actual confiscation of these assets, but the European Union also must take into account the fiscal policy of the Russian Federation. And so if they're able to redistribute their state revenues in this way, the EU should not wait for 3 years until their appetites also start to hurt EU. Thank you.
Did you want to come back, Nicola?
I want to add something about what I described as a decision to be made by the EU, right? To a large extent, the financial resources we're talking about are EU financial resources because, as Elena said, the US doesn't look too promising and the others are small. So we can have resources for Ukraine from Japan, from Canada, from the UK. They're important, but they're not going to match the financial firepower of the European Union for various reasons, even in aggregate. And also, of course, the assets are in the EU. So as a matter of decision-making, what to do with the assets and also what to do with the Euroclear proceeds, but we leave that aside because we agree in the big scheme of things, it's ultimately less important, is an EU decision, which of course depends on internal and external parameters, diplomatic considerations, and other considerations. I want to say for the EU, I think it's partly right, but ultimately misleading to believe that this question is only for kind of EU-specific reasons, like the international role of the euro, or the question that was alluded to of, Germany's ultimate responsibilities to the countries it harmed during World War II, or indeed the responsibilities of former colonial powers like my own country of France vis-à-vis the countries they harmed throughout the history of certainly 19th and 20th century, if not before. These issues are serious, but I think it's not true that they are shaping the European stance more than anything else. And I think the issues that are actually shaping the European stance on confiscation more than anything else are global in nature. I would say there are three. One is the law. And I think if you look actually at the debate among international lawyers, it is not a matter of consensus that confiscation aligns with international law. Yes, there are international lawyers who argue that this is the case, but it is not a consensus in the international legal community at all. So that's a major element. The second major element, which I haven't mentioned, is the international monetary system, which is a separate thing, even so it's connected, from the international rule of law. The international monetary system is based on the premise that central banks can keep reserves abroad and will not get these reserves confiscated. And as you know, there is no precedent for confiscation outside of decisions of the UN Security Council, which we won't have in this case. So if we had a decision of the UN Security Council, easy, we should confiscate, but we won't have that. And in terms of the international monetary system, I cannot emphasize enough how much it matters for central banks to keep the property of their reserves, even if they are frozen or immobilized. So the shift from immobilization to confiscation is of major importance, structural, long-term importance for the international monetary system. It's not a move to be taken lightly. And the third reason, the third global reason, is what I mentioned about the so-called global south. The EU is mindful not to antagonize countries like China, India, and Brazil. Let me again leave aside China. In a way, it's a special case. Maybe we'll come back to it, Jacob. But let's say India and Brazil and a number of smaller countries in kind of the same categories. Countries that didn't sign the declaration in Switzerland last week, that are not aligned with Russia, but that are not willing to get out of their way to support Ukraine. These countries would view confiscation. I think we have to accept that because it is, I believe, sadly, a fact. They would view the confiscation of the Russian reserves as a hostile act against their interests, and therefore that would move them further away from supporting the just cause of Ukraine. So I think the EU trade-off is shaped by those global forces as much as it is by the other considerations that have been mentioned. Sorry for being a bit long on this.
Just a small comment, not on the question you asked, but rather to the answer. Well, with regards to the law, whether it's the issue is settled or not, just to remind all of us that if we are talking about lawyers, lawyers tend to challenge everything. Meaning there are many topics coming from the ancient Rome, and still lawyers doesn't have a unanimous opinion on those matters. So never expect that international lawyers would unanimously support one or the other way of treatment with Russian sovereign assets. There will be always a divergence of views. So when I'm talking that this, from the legal perspective, this dispute whether confiscation is possible or not is resolved, what I meant is that I knew quite a lot of international lawyers with significant track record who openly came up and voiced their opinion and signed an open letter and have their rationale why it is possible, why it is doable. And more than that, we have a law adopted by the US Congress. And actually, the law was adopted and nothing terrible happened in terms of there was no explosion of the world and not all US lawyers died or whatever. It just happened. The law is not a physical matter like this table or chair or whatever. The law is rules created by the people. And if people decide that this is possible, then it's possible. If we cannot do something with a national law, naturally you could do that with international treaty. So again, from that perspective, this is doable. From my own perspective of negotiations with my counterparts in different jurisdictions, if we are talking to a financial guy, like banker or minister of finance or minister of economy, they would always say, well, you know, from our perspective, this is a good idea, but lawyers, oh, lawyers is a headache. Talk to them. When I talk to lawyers, ministers of justice, legal experts, what they say, well, if there is a political will, everything's going to be settled. Talk to Minister of Finance, governors of central bank. From the legal perspective, we will find out the way to resolve that. So it's a bit more complicated that would appear from the view of financial guys or experts, or from the political perspective. But from the legal perspective, there is the rule. International law develops. If international law is not here yet, nothing is on the way to develop a new concept based on new realities and move ahead. International law a century ago was completely different from what we have right now. It still develops, and people, society could do whatever is necessary to address current issues.
Okay, we have a question down there in the back.
Thank you so much. Institute for Economics and Forecasting, Sergei Kорабль. I would like to imagine the situation, the war is over. And the international community is ready to go ahead with the reparations. It's quite clear that all the claims of Ukraine should be considered in the international court. And previously, to start the court, it's necessary to register all the claims in the international register placed in Hague, right? So the question is very simple. How many Ukrainian claims have been already filed in the international register? And what is their entire amount? Thank you in advance.
I don't know. This is a very specific question. I don't know if...
I'm not ready to say the exact number yet. And actually, this would make big sense. Why is that? The register only opened the first category of damages and open applications from those who suffered. And we are talking here about damaged or destroyed real estate, residential property. This is a really comparatively small type of damages which could be claimed and put to the register. There would be many, many more than 40 additional types of damages which will be available for claims from the victims of the war. So the number after that would really matter. This is one part of the story. Then with regards to the necessity, whether it's necessary or not, there are some other avenues to get compensation. For instance, I mentioned one case in the European Court for Human Rights where dispute between Ukraine and Russia with regards to Crimea. So we could, if we win the case, submit some claims from those who suffered, who lost their assets on the territory of Crimea to European Court for Human Rights, and to get the ruling of the court with regards to rewards to those who lost their assets or suffered otherwise as a result of occupation of Crimea. So there are some different avenues. They're ahead of us. But as I mentioned before, a victory goes first. Otherwise, all claims are going to be registered everything is gonna be like proven with claims commission, but the natural question, what next? Where are the funds to compensate? This is still an open question. We hoped initially that we could use sovereign assets for compensation and reconstruction of Ukraine. Again, this is not gonna be sufficient to cover everything, but to at least to allow some part of it to finance those compensations. But we understand that this solution is still ahead of us, still down the road, and we really need to work hard and negotiate hard with our partners to achieve that goal. But still, there will be a plenty of availabilities and avenues for victims to register their claims and receive a reward from different forums. We make sure about that.
Yeah, just a small note. I completely concur with what the minister just said. Victory comes first. But even then, I'm sorry, because I'm the bearer of bad news here to a certain extent. Don't shoot the messengers. But when you look at conflicts in the last 100 years, and I say 100 years on purpose because I exclude from that the immediate aftermath of World War I. But in the last 100 years, lots of conflicts. There have been, sadly, surprisingly few of those conflicts that have resulted in reparations. And among those, I think the more meaningful ones have been those where the UN has been able to broker a process under which these reparations would be set and enforced. We know we won't have the UN in this case in many scenarios. I mean, maybe there are scenarios in which the UN would be there, but I don't think we can count on them. Therefore, I think we should be aware of the extraordinary difficulty of enforcing this kind of concept. I rush to add that I think the work that the Ukrainian authorities and others are doing to document the Russian war crimes, crimes against humanity, and other abuses is incredibly important, because I think there is a non-monetary aspect to it, and justice has to be documented. But in terms of reparations, it is important to be aware of how difficult it is to get them.
Maybe I'll just start very quickly. Is according to historical evidence, and I'm outside my area of expertise a little bit. So Russia hasn't really paid compensation reparation in the previous settings, and sort of sometimes Russia in the propaganda is very sort of happy about that. So I think it's also an important precedent of sort of de-imperialization of Russian sort of thinking. If some sort of reparation compensation, I don't want to get confused with the legal terms, does happen. And I think we need to take sort of setting that precedent also very seriously.
Okay, if there are no immediate questions, well, I certainly have one. And I guess I want to come back to the distinction that you made, Nicola, about the sort of pros and cons of confiscation right now, because I think we previously heard a pretty forceful argument by the minister that confiscation now is sort of not about whether or not there are enough fiscal resources ultimately for Ukraine today. It's about Russia's interest in denying, ample, very large amount of fiscal resources to Ukraine. Not just today, but actually preferably a year or two ago. But against that, you mentioned the international monetary system, or indeed the political stance of large parts of the group of countries. I don't like the term Global South, but the group of countries that is not part of Ukraine's immediate allies. And I guess my question to you, or indeed the rest of the panel, is why should we care? And my reason for saying that is that this, I would argue, are fundamentally about China. China is the only country with large foreign reserves, very large foreign reserves, that also have explicit territorial aspirations on its neighboring democratic territories. The other main reserve holders in the global monetary system, be that Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and others, are not in that category. And then the category of sovereign wealth funds in, for instance, the Gulf, Middle Eastern region. Well, Saudi Arabia is in the process of negotiating a long-term security deal with the United States and is consequently probably unlikely to, drop the US dollar in favor of something else. So I guess I would say that it's difficult for me to see that there are sort of immediate implications for global monetary or reserve use or monetary system stability from this. So question to you and the rest of the panel.
Maybe I'll just give it a go because I introduced that point. I work a lot on the global monetary system. I can confirm that I have another piece of bad news this time for Alina. There is no model that we can run. With all due respect to the excellent work of the International Monetary Fund and others, as I said, there is no precedent for this action. It would have structural consequences. It would undermine a fundamental assumption of the system, which is if you place your reserves abroad, you're not going to lose them. You may lose access to them temporarily, but you will not lose the property unless the UN decides so. That's a very robust underpinning of the system. So it's not just a matter of, where will China put its money in the next few years? It's really a matter of the architecture of the system. And this is not something that you can quantify with any reasonable expectation. It's a change in the rules of the game, which has literally incalculable consequences. That's not to say that it's impossible. I agree with what the minister said. This action is possible. If the EU decides to confiscate, it has the legal and operational means to execute that action. And it will not make it, compliant with international law, and there will always be lawyers, and I think a lot of lawyers which will disagree with that, but as we know, international law is not immediately enforceable. And if the EU takes a regulation under Article 215 of the treaty that confiscates the reserves, they need unanimity, but on that condition they can, it will be compliant with EU law. So that's why I emphasize that this is a trade-off. This is not an imperative, this is a trade-off. And the EU, I think, wants Ukraine to win, is willing to put more resources into Ukraine winning. I'm very confident about that proposition. I think it also is not at war with Russia, obviously, nor is the US. And it has to trade this concern off with a number of other concerns about, what's going on in the world. So from my perspective, it's entirely, let me insist on that, it's entirely legitimate for Ukrainians and Ukrainian authorities and many friends of Ukraine to view the trade-off the way you described it, Minister, to say, well, from our perspective, this money should be given to Ukraine because Ukraine can do more things with more money, and therefore there's no limit to the money it needs because it's in a vital fight. I entirely respect that view. I think it is a fact which we can deplore that this is not the equation for the EU at this point, even with what I view as the EU understanding that it is vital for the EU to get Ukraine to win this war.
I will start with the quote from one of the PBOC, I think, deputy governors. It was a public event at our Peterson event, and I think a year or so ago. And somebody asked about Russian reserve assets. So what do you think about that? And it's online. I just can't remember who was exactly from PBOC. And they said, well, if you don't abide by the rules of international order, you shouldn't enjoy it. So, and then of course, politically in China, the discussion is very different. It's not just one of the staff of the PBOC to decide this. So I see it as less kinky, as in a kink in the model. I see it as a more continuous complexity around our world of economists. And we hate that, to different degrees, but we like to be in our own silo where we talk just about national sort of central bank responsibilities and macroeconomics. We don't want to be dragged into the geopolitics of it. The fund is resisting tooth and nail. The IMF, they're saying, look, it's not part of their mandate, back off. We'll talk about geopolitical fragmentation, but we are going to be external observers of this process. But I think it's the governor, Pishny, because he's been forced to it now, he's on the front line. we have to acknowledge that unfortunately we're part of this interdisciplinary conversation of trade-offs. And yes, there are risks, and we can think about the better model or the worse model, but unfortunately there is a tectonic shift in the global financial order. It is happening. We here on the panel, as you can see, disagree to what extent the moment of cessation versus compensation versus freezing matters, but it is part of the conversation. So I do think that we need to think about the trade-off seriously. We legally, as we heard, that there are options. On the UN, I think, as you correctly pointed out, I think Russia did veto some more than or around 30 times. I think US maybe around, I don't know, 20-ish, 18, China 16. So Russia is very actively using the UN to its advantage. We have seen the historical evidence of the Soviet Union also very actively using the UN to their advantage. And in the Soviet times, the staff on the UN Council were actually also at the same time employees, and they were of the Soviet sort of representation in the US. So it's so we see some evidence there. I think we can think about rational models. I think we can look also at the evidence provided by Russian Federation itself. We have seen since 2014, and of course, to me, from my European-centric view, 2014 is an important breaking point when we economists got very much dragged into economic statecraft. Russia decided to start trying to find alternatives. Russia is a producer of gold, so the central bank started buying gold. Could have gone also in the global markets, maybe could have tried to buy diamonds. They tried to look for alternatives. They tried to go and buy renminbi. You know, they didn't like to buy too much in the mainland Russia. They tried to buy maybe Hong Kong. So they tried to look for alternatives. They also looked for ways to hold dollars because it's very important for their trade, but not to do it physically on the US territory. So from 2014 onwards, Russia has been thinking about the risk of losing access, whether freezing or taking over of the reserves. We have seen other central banks being sanctioned. You know, up until recently, it was unprecedented, but we have seen Iran being sanctioned. We have seen sort of issue around Afghanistan reserves. So it's an evolving global financial system, and that's why we talk so much about it being geopolitical commission, economic statecraft in the US, economic sovereignty in Europe, and unfortunately, the technocrats that normally, especially sitting at the central bank, we hate it, but we do have to be part of this conversation.
Can I?
Very brief.
It's not technocratic. The financial order is about stability. And I say that not only because I'm at a conference co-organized by 2 central banks and 1 international financial institutions. If the global monetary order breaks down, and sorry to sound dramatic here, there will be consequences for normal people, and they will not be good. So it is, as we know, financial stability is something that doesn't appear in normal times. That's why central banks have to be independent, because they have to keep obsessing about financial stability even when nobody else obsesses about financial stability.
So we're about 5 minutes away from, sorry, did you have?
Just 1 minute. Why shall we care and what's the problem? From the perspective of mathematics or like whatever, however you calculate, the power of the collective West against Russia, China, whatever, the difference between them is significant. So the West is significantly more powerful. What the problem right now is, probably from my perspective, I might be wrong, and it's not definitely not a position of Ukrainian government, but still, it's a war or a conflict between short-term planners and long-term planners. Meaning what European governments have are the problems in the short run, next elections, immediate consequences to the economy. And with regards to more far away consequences, there is less personal stake there. But if we are talking about Russia and China, they have in mind are the decades ahead of them. And this changes situation dramatically. They could think strategically, and for instance, Putin could decide to attack and to fight until the end, because at the end he expects to win and winners are not judged. But from the perspective of European powers, it's better to delay negative consequences on the European economy rather than to have an immediate negative impact on the election results, than to think about more long-term but more dramatic risks in case of defeat during the war of Ukraine, far away Ukraine. So again, this is matter of the horizon of planning, and that's a key.
Just one more. And I think sort of the discussion here points that we are living in the world of evolving thinking about what does it mean global sort of stability, financial stability. So, and especially also talking to Chinese authorities, it is very important for them. They have their own geopolitical, what they see confrontation with the US, and the US sees it also in that way. So unfortunately, we don't have the organizations, but in setting like this, I think it's clear we do need to have some sort of rules of the engagement, the rethinking of the rules of the engagement on the financial sector sanctions. What does it mean to have this global system? And when and what can we do? Sort of, we had the old system, the UN and the global Bretton Woods institutions. UN did with the politics, was military, and Bretton Woods institutions could live in this isolated world where the political risk was more about the local elections and maybe relationship with the emerging markets with the investors. You know, that was considered to be political risk. Now that political risk has changed dramatically. And it's time to rethink, is there sort of the global rules of engagement on sanctions? How we can contribute to that conversation. Clearly, the IMF is not going to be policing that. And also whether there should be sort of doctrine thinking from large players like the US about what they're doing and why. Because sometimes, of course, there is also a lot of propaganda in China, but sometimes there is also misunderstanding. You know, they're doing these sanctions to put us down. That's maybe sometimes Chinese authorities see that. Well, they're doing these sanctions to Russia because they also want to put Russia down as well. They're not thinking about certain sanctions are done for certain actions. It's not about geopolitical confrontation. It is about specific actions of invasion of one country by another. So, and I think that having this system or contributing to the change in the system might help us in achieving the goal, which at the end of the day is the win for Ukraine.
Very briefly.
The issue of confiscation will not go away. As has been mentioned, the assets are there, they can be confiscated, this debate will continue. My view is that in the meantime, the EU should and can increase its financial support, make it more predictable so that we don't have cliff edge moments as we had too many this year, even so in the end, the results were okay, and give Ukraine the means to defend itself. That's a responsibility for the EU.
Well, thank you very much. I think we are at our witching hour, or at least 1 minute away from it. And since we have the keynote coming, we are not allowed to go over time. So it is therefore, as moderator, my last privilege is to thank the entire panel for, I think it's fair to say, a spirited debate on a very important set of issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for our panelists and moderator. Thank you for such a meaningful and vital discussion. Dear guests, we need 1 minute to set the stage for our keynote speaker. And while I'm gonna say thank you again to our great partners that help this conference happen, is International Monetary Fund and USAID Investment for Business Resilience Activity. Just let me know when we are ready. Okay. So I now pass the floor to Deputy Governor of the National Bank of Ukraine, Sergei Nikolaychuk, who will introduce to you our keynote speaker.
Dear colleagues and esteemed guests, we are moving to probably the most anticipated part of our conference, and it's my honor and great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Gita Gopinath, the first Deputy Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. Actually, one of the benefits of our close work with the IMF and being one of the largest borrowers is not only having the world's best expertise on monetary and other issues in addition to financial resources, but also to have the possibility to invite world top-level speakers to our events. Professor Gopinath has authored numerous research papers on exchange rates, trade and investment, international financial crisis, monetary policy, debt, and emerging market crisis. Her research is widely cited and has been published in many top economic journals. Prior to joining the IMF, Professor Gopinath was the John Zvanster Professor of International Studies and of Economics at Harvard University's Economics Department. Professor Gopinath is an outstanding researcher. Her influence on the international monetary system spans for a number of years already. Her work undeniably shapes the world's perception of the current global processes and challenges we are facing, offering valuable insights into effective ways to address them. Professor Gopinath's recent articles focus on the impact of geopolitics and recent shocks on global financial stability and monetary system, and the roles and actions that central banks and other institutions should take to support their revival of economic activity and structural imbalances and defragmentation. Following her distinguished career in academia, Professor Gopinath joined the fund in 2019 for the position of IMF chief economist, and in 2021 she has taken the position of the first deputy managing director. In that role, she oversees the analytical work of staff, represents the fund at multilateral forums, maintains high-level contacts with member governments and media and other institutions, leads the fund's work on surveillance and related policies, and oversees research and flagship publications. But what is even more important for us, First Deputy Managing Director oversees European Department and the FF program with Ukraine. Moreover, back in 2022, Professor Gopinath played a prominent role in launching for Ukraine the program with board involvement, which then paved the way for the full-scale program for Ukraine. We are very grateful for having her today with us. Professor Gopinath's visits to Ukraine during these challenging and troubled days is the huge demonstration of support, affirming that the IMF and the world community it represents standing with our country. The full-scale war of Russia against Ukraine has influenced the whole world and has impact on global economy, monetary and financial systems and trade. And the topic of today's intervention of Professor Gopinath is of high relevance and importance for nowadays. Professor Gopinath will share her insights on how to navigate fragmentation, conflict, and large shocks. Please, Professor Gopinath, the floor is yours, and we are looking forward to your presentation and anticipating the fruitful discussions.
Thank you, Sergei, for that very kind introduction. It is a real pleasure to be here and a great honor to participate in this conference of the National Bank of Ukraine and the National Bank of Poland. I am very thankful to Governor Andriy Prishny for inviting me to speak at this annual research conference. The topic could not be more appropriate for the times that we live in, as the title of this ARC is Navigating the Changing Landscape. That's exactly how I would describe the world we live in. It's a world with shocks of the kind we haven't seen before. I would say large shocks. And today I'm going to, in my keynote, speak about navigating fragmentation, conflict, and large shocks. So let me start with speaking about one such large shock that the world has seen, which is Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So I'm going to start by talking about what the consequences of that large shock has been for Ukraine, for its neighbors, and for the global economy. This is now, we're in the third year of the war, and the costs in terms of human lives, in terms of economic costs for Ukraine have been staggering, and the costs for the world have been large. But for me, this war is also truly a turning point for the global economy. I believe that the decades-long period of peaceful economic integration that the world experienced really has changed now post Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So I will then move to pointing out how we see this as a turning point for geo-economic fragmentation. It is also a turning point where countries around the world are now increasing their defense spending, and in several places on a permanent basis, to deal with the realities that they live in. So while countries absolutely need to deal with the reality of conflicts, they have to take measures to build up economic and national security. All of this means that we are now moving to a world where, compared to those decades of peaceful integration, we are looking at a world which is likely to be much more shock prone, much more inflationary, and putting a lot of pressure on government budgets around the world. After listing what we see as some of the consequences of this turning point, I will move to what that means in terms of policy implications. What exactly does this imply for central bank monetary policy? How do you do this in an environment of large shocks? What is the role of additional tools like foreign exchange intervention? And this is not just a challenge for monetary policy, and monetary policy alone cannot solve all problems. So I will speak to what this implies for fiscal, financial, and structural policies to support economic and financial stability in this more shock-prone world. So let's jump in. Let's talk first about the effects of the war. To start with Ukraine, it has been an immense human and economic tragedy, a huge cost for Ukraine. The economy is 25% smaller in size than it was before the war. That said, I think it's important to keep in mind and to recognize the tremendous resilience that Ukraine has shown to this very large shock. The fact that this is a country at war and yet there is macro and financial stability. The fact that you don't have runaway inflation. This cannot be taken for granted. This is a reflection both of the very sound policies being implemented by the Ukrainian authorities and of the international support that's being provided both financially and in other forms to Ukraine to be able to have this kind of stability. The costs of the war are definitely not restricted to Ukraine. It has had important spillovers to the world. The most salient form in which the war affected the world was in terms of a big rise in energy prices. And we saw a huge increase in energy costs, as you see from the left graph on the slide, the sharp increase in energy costs. It particularly affected Europe, but not just in energy, but there was also a huge hit to food prices. The embargo, the cutting off of grain exports from Ukraine added to the rising food inflation in the world and led to large amounts of food insecurity. And if you look at what that implied, as you saw inflation surges in Europe, but as you can see, especially in the Central, Eastern, and Southeastern Europe regions, you see this particularly sharp increase in inflation since the start of the war. Now, inflation has come down. It spiked up right when the invasion happened. It has declined, but the cumulative increase in inflation has meant that some of these countries have taken a big hit to their competitiveness. Now, looking to the other aspect of the consequences of this war. So the first was on inflation. The second is on growth. So what you're seeing here on the graph, in the slide, if you look at the blue bars, those were our IMF's projections of cumulative growth between 2022 and 2024 when we made these projections back in October 2021. So that's where we thought, would be the cumulative growth over this 3-year period before the war. And the orange bars are what we have assessed to be, and including the projection for 2024, to be the cumulative growth in our most recent projection. And as you can see, every region of the world, we have weaker projections for growth, a weaker outlook than we did before the war. And the biggest hits are there in the right 3 bars. You see the European Union, you see the CESEE regions, the Baltics. That's where you've seen the biggest downgrade in growth. And the other notable feature of the consequence of the war is a rise in defense spending. And that's again true across the board, but especially in the regions around Ukraine that have been directly, that have also felt the impact of the war. Now, this increase in defense spending is taking place at a time when countries are just coming off from the pandemic. They already accumulated large amounts of debt, so they're starting from a position of high debt, not that much fiscal space, where they also already have to deal with other challenges like the green transition, digitalization. And this is now an additional expense that comes on top of this. So this is putting a lot of pressure on budgets around the world. But this is, again, a reality of the world that we live in, which is one where we are likely to see conflicts and that is likely to be more shock prone. So this was just what we have so far. So these are not projections. These are actual, except for the one where I looked at the growth projection. But this is, over the period 2022 to 24, what we have seen in terms of the impact of the war on the world. But as I said, this has really transformed the way countries are looking at economic integration. Now, to be clear, even before the war happened, geopolitics was an issue, strategic competition was an issue, and countries were setting up trade barriers between each other. But this particular invasion has really catalyzed even further the need for national security related concerns, economic security concerns, and greater fragmentation in the global economy. So I'm going to now show you firstly some facts just in terms of how we see the fragmentation building up. But I'm also going to then to show you some of our analysis, some of the research we have at the IMF that looks at what the potential consequences are of further fragmentation. And the reason we have to go down this path is because if we want to answer the question of how policies need to adapt to a changing landscape, we have to be able to think ahead and look at what the consequences of this going fragmentation might mean for the global economy and for policymakers. Okay, so firstly, just in terms of the facts, I think it's pretty evident, a picture is worth 1,000 words. You can see the number of new trade restrictions that are being imposed around the world. And if you compare the numbers in, say, 2022 or 2023, there's around 3,000 new trade restrictions being imposed. Compare that to 2019, pre-pandemic, that's 1,000. So we're at 3 times the pre-pandemic level of trade restrictions that are being put in place. And so you might ask, well, has this, this talk of fragmentation, does it actually show up in any data? Do we actually see this changing fragmentation, right? So if you looked at a measure of globalization, like global trade to GDP, that's a classic measure of globalization. If you look at that, you wouldn't really see much. You see it looks pretty flat, doesn't look like anything is changing. But when you look under the hood, that's when you see that there are very distinct changes in who's trading with whom, who are your trading partners. And this graph here, this slide, shows you one such set of facts. So after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, trade growth everywhere has declined. Now, I'm not saying that's a consequence of the invasion. It was declining also for other reasons, because post-COVID countries were moving back to consuming services away from goods. But again, as a benchmark, we have lower growth in trade. But importantly, if you look at countries and you look at countries that are more close geopolitically versus countries that are more distant geopolitically, you see that you have a bigger drop in growth, what's called between blocks, which means between countries that are not geopolitically aligned versus countries that are geopolitically aligned, which is the first bar. And you can look at Europe itself, and you can make that same decomposition, which is the countries that are geopolitically aligned, those are not. And you again find that across geopolitically, between countries that are not geopolitically aligned, you're seeing a bigger drop in growth. So this is trade. You see the same feature when it comes to foreign direct investment in terms of announced projects. Again, you are seeing the geopolitics is playing a very important role in the direction of trade. And again, this is in the data. This is not a projection. This is actually what we are seeing in the data. Now I'm going to move and talk about what happens if this process of fragmentation were to continue, and you were to end up with much lesser trade and much lesser foreign direct investment across countries that are not geopolitically aligned. And I'm going to look at variables that are of importance to policymakers around the world, particularly important for central bankers around the world. So the left graph is from a research that we did, which looked at what happens if you have severe forms of fragmentation in foreign direct investment. And you have 2 kinds of blocks, the US block and then the China plus block. And what happens if you end up with foreign direct investment basically decoupling across those blocks. Now, we know that foreign direct investment has benefits all around. Even for advanced economies, foreign direct investment is helpful, including because it encourages competition for its local firms, and that helps raise productivity. It's also a source of just building up physical capital. But for emerging and developing countries, it's an even bigger deal because it usually comes with technology transfers. There is learning by doing, there's learning by observing, and that again has huge productivity effects. So you can see that the China block, the hit is even bigger than in the US block, but everybody loses. If you look at the right graph, another variable that we have looked at, which is of particular interest to central bankers around the world, is what this implies for the neutral real interest rate, right? The long-term real interest rate, the so-called R star, that central bankers pay very close attention to when they are deciding what their optimal interest rate target should be. And the simulation here is one, again, where you have fragmentation in financial flows across the two blocks. And in that world, that would be one where, for example, the US bloc would be one where real interest rates would go up because you are receiving less of the savings from the surplus economies of the world, including China. And on the other hand, in the China bloc, real interest rates would stay lower because the savings are staying at home. So again, this has implications for very critical variables of policy that policymakers care about. In addition, you could imagine what would happen in terms of when you have this kind of decoupling, just in terms of capital flows. So that's the right graph. What we see is that when you have an increase in geopolitical distance from your financial partners, then you have a negative hit to your capital inflows coming into your countries, right? It's not surprising that when you become more distant, you end up with receiving less capital flows. And that effect seems to be stronger for emerging market economies. So you're much more sensitive to losing political distance. When you become more distant from other countries geopolitically, you end up having a bigger hit to the capital flows coming into your economy. And the left graph is on volatility, which is that you could expect to see in this fragmented world a higher level of capital flow volatility everywhere, including advanced economies, but especially so in emerging market economies. And another force is on inflation. We saw this, the Russia's invasion, we saw the spike in inflation that happened. We have simulated what could be the effect similarly of other kinds of decoupling on inflationary pressures. This is with a focus on commodity markets. Commodity markets are particularly sensitive to this kind of decoupling and the impacts on inflation. Why? Because there tends to be geographic concentration of commodities. It's not easy to find substitutes for it around the world. So when you have the decoupling phenomena, you could see inflationary pressure showing up. Where and which block feels the inflationary pressures the most is going to depend exactly on where the commodities are located and whether there's the presence of enough substitutes or not. So again, just stepping back and thinking about it, and this is not the full scale of implications of fragmentation, but what is this changing landscape? For me, this is a changing landscape that is likely to have higher capital for volatility, especially for emerging and developing countries, a landscape with higher inflationary pressures than we have been used to in the past, a landscape with weaker potential growth because of all of this fragmentation. Again, this is all a consequence of countries having to react and put measures in place to face the realities that they have to deal with in terms of a world of conflict. Now, that said, I should also put pause and say that while countries are building up economic and national security, it is critically important to do this carefully and wisely so that you don't end up with extreme forms of fragmentation. And that can be done. It is important to put guardrails to make sure that you don't go off that slippery slope and end up with a fragmentation where the whole world is just a whole lot worse off. So now let me jump into what does this mean now? Okay, so we live in this world, and if we end up with severe fragmentation and we live in this kind of a world, what exactly does that imply for policies? So I'm going to start with central banks. How should central banks respond to inflationary pressures associated with fragmentation and conflict? So what does this mean? What does this change environment mean for inflation relative to pre-pandemic and the world that we lived in? So one is that we would see this as a world where inflation is much more likely to deviate from central bank's targets and deviate for a while. So not just one-off, but deviate persistently from target. So that would be one implication of this. Relatedly, because most of these shocks work like supply shocks, central bankers around the world will be facing a much more difficult trade-off between bringing down inflation and maintaining full employment. So along with inflation deviating from target persistently, you could also have likely to have employment deviating from target persistently, much more than during the pre-pandemic years. So what does that mean if you have an environment where you have these long-term deviations from target? If you have long periods of high inflation, then what we have seen, and we saw this, by the way, during the pandemic, was that can change the structure of the economy. It can give rise to what we call intrinsic persistence. What that means is that when you have households and firms living in environments where inflation is significantly above central bank's target for a while, you can see changes in the kinds of contracts. You could see backward indexation so that workers are demanding that their wages get indexed to past inflation. That brings in inherent persistence into the wage and the inflation process. Secondly, you could see, because of the big changes in relative prices, which is, for example, in real wages, you could see demands for wage catch-up. So you could have pressure on wages, demands for wages to rise to keep up with inflation, and then firms raising prices to keep up with the costs of labor. The other feature of this is that while in normal times, when you have low levels of inflation and you're close to target, the trade-off between output and inflation, the so-called Phillips curve, can be very flat. And we had that for 20 years before the pandemic in many parts of the world. But then when you're in this environment where inflation moves persistently away from target, you have these intrinsic persistence that gets built up, then you see non-linearities in the Phillips curve, which means you could see much bigger spikes in inflation. So that's the way, what we would say the positive consequences, or positive as in the economic consequences of this kind of a change in the landscape. So what does that mean for policymakers? So if you're in this environment where you're dealing with inflation that deviates from target persistent periods of time, that you could have non-linearities in the Phillips curve, what does that mean? What does it mean differently for policymakers now relative to the past? Firstly, that means to be cautious about looking through supply shocks. Looking through supply shocks was a familiar refrain from central bankers pre-pandemic, because the idea was, well, inflation expectations are, well, as long as long-term inflation expectations are well anchored, you don't want to react to transitory movements in inflation, and so you can just look through supply shocks. That will be much more riskier to do in an environment where inflation is substantially above target, because if you look through it, you might end up in building these kinds of intrinsic persistence that then ends up complicating your job of bringing inflation back down. The second is take a central banker that does inflation targeting. So what does the inflation targeting framework ask you to do? It tells you to make sure that your forecasted path of inflation is coming back to its medium-term target. So the focus is very much on making sure that the most likely path of inflation is one where it comes back down to target, right? Your central forecast is coming back down to target. But when you live in this world, which is much more shock prone, where you could get persistent deviations for long periods of time, it is no longer enough to just focus on that one central forecast. It is important to focus on a range, to look at different scenarios, to look at the tail risks, and to make sure that your policies are robust to inflation in the near term, going significantly above target for a while, and that you're not just focused on that one central scenario, but you are taking into account the other risks, right? So this is called a risk management approach. which is you take into account the possibility that inflation can stay very high for very long, even though you think that, the baseline is one where inflation goes back to target. So in other words, it's not just enough to focus on your baseline path, but to look at a range of scenarios. Now, this is a point that's been made by other policymakers too. Bernanke made it, Schnabel made it. But this requires a bit of a rethinking of the toolkit, because you're going to have, as a central banker, to think of how are you going to communicate your particular choice of policies in this environment where you have a high levels of uncertainty, and you're not just focused on the baseline path, but you're taking into account the other risks that exist, and you're taking a risk management approach into account. So let me give you an example. This is research, again, that's done at the IMF to look at what this risk management approach means in practice, right, or in action. Now, this is a simulation that basically looks at an economy that is hit by what's called a cost push shock, which is basically a shock that leads to firms all raising their markups, and therefore an inflationary shock, a supply shock that's an inflationary shock. And the struggle here is that the central banker doesn't really know how persistent this shock is going to be. So you don't have full information about the persistence of this particular shock. Neither do you, nor does the households or the firms, anybody in the economy have. So you have to infer it from the data that's coming in. And the impulse responses that you see over there basically look at what happens if, as a central banker, you only focus on a central focus and you look at your medium-term inflation projection, and you base your policy rates entirely based on the medium-term projection. The risk you're taking is that if, on the other hand, inflation turns out, because the underlying true inflation is much more persistent, you end up with realized inflation going up quite a bit, that then becomes embedded into the inflation process in the economy, and you end up with much higher levels of inflation than you would have experienced if you had taken a risk management approach and instead not just focused on the medium-term inflation, but also on the incoming data that's coming in. So we saw some of this in the start of the inflation cycle right after the pandemic, where central bankers made the assessment that this inflation was transitory and it was going to go away automatically and didn't require central bank intervention. And then later on, they came in and started raising rates, but you'll get a bit of the persistence then gets built in. Now, of course, that comes with some trade-offs, which is that it does come with you having to sacrifice some output in the short run. But to make sure that you don't persistently move away from target, that would be a good trade-off to have. So again, just to emphasize that this is a world where when you have large shocks, and by the way, even if the shocks are symmetric, the kinds of intrinsic persistence that I'm talking about, which is wage indexation to past inflation and so on, has a way of making inflation asymmetric. So even though the underlying shock is symmetric, it can become more asymmetric in outcomes, because any shock that's pushing inflation up is going to generate much more of a persistent inflation response on the upside than it is on the downside, because it's much more difficult to cut wages. No, you have minimum wages, it's not bringing down wages with inflation is not the way people index it, but you index on the upside, which is you index it when inflation is going up. So that's a very practical implication in a world where you have to deal with large shocks. You don't want to just be focused on a central forecast for inflation, but you actually want to also look at the realized actual inflation data from a risk management perspective to make sure you're having the right approach. Secondly, on capital flow volatility. So as I mentioned, this could be a world where capital flow could be very volatile. And here the IMF has its integrated policy framework, where we look at the whole suite of tools that a central banker has, in addition to the policy rate, but also adding foreign exchange interventions, capital flow measures, macroprudential measures, to figure out how these other instruments can help. Now, it's absolutely critically important when you use these additional tools to know exactly what the shock is that's hitting your economy and what are the frictions in your country and how the interaction of that shock and that friction is affecting a central banker's objectives of price and financial stability. That's an assessment that has to be made. So in many cases, the appropriate response is not to use any of these additional tools. But there are circumstances when your local currency markets become shallow, when there are significant stresses to financial markets, that other instruments in a temporary manner can play a role. But one has to be always careful that in this world, and especially if it's a shock-prone world, that there is an intertemporal trade-off. For example, for your foreign exchange reserves, you only have that much. So there has to be this question of when is the appropriate time for you to intervene, keeping in mind that you could see many more shocks of these kind in the future. Also, from a more long-term perspective, you should make sure that your interventions are not compromising the development of local currency markets, of your local markets for your local currency. Quickly on financial and fiscal policies, again, if you are in a shock-prone world, it's important to prepare for it. And this is something Governor Pishney said earlier today in his opening remarks, which is preparing for this kind of a world, making sure that your financial institutions will have the wherewithal to bear these kinds of shocks, also will then support central bankers in focusing on their price stability objectives. Otherwise, you have a trade-off. You may have to deal both with price and financial stability, and sometimes that does pose a trade-off for countries. And so therefore, building up buffers, monitoring banks very carefully, especially the bank sovereign nexus, the non-bank financial institutions, the payment systems, ensuring adequate prudential buffers, all of this is going to be critical in this new environment. And on fiscal policy, again, it's super important that fiscal policy does not work at cross purposes with monetary policy. Again, it's a very complicated job for central bankers already, but when you have fiscal policy not supporting macro and financial stability, then that just compounds the jobs of central bankers, and also they lose credibility because the targets are not getting met. So it is very important for fiscal policy to not work at cross purposes with monetary policy. And again, depending if this is a conflict environment or you're increasing defense spending, to do that in as debt sustainable way as possible, or protecting vulnerable households, broadening the tax bases, and prioritizing where you put your non-defense spending. And lastly, structural policies always are helpful on all these accounts. Good structural policies that help to raise the potential level of output of the economy is going to help with your monetary policy, with your financial stability, with fiscal policy, and all dimensions of macro and financial stability. The graph that you're seeing here, the slide that you're seeing here, looks at what happens if you have a reduction in the cost of trade and multinational production within the European Union by 10%. A point that the IMF has been making for a while are the huge benefits of strengthening the single market of the European Union. And this slide basically shows you that there is a lot that can be gained in terms of improvement and welfare if you have structural policies that deepen the single market in the European Union. With this, I'm going to move to my concluding remarks. I started by talking about Ukraine, and I want to conclude by talking about Ukraine. It's still early days, and I'm sure that in a few years, we will all look back and how the authorities in Ukraine managed their macro and financial stability in this incredibly difficult time. So assessments are going to be preliminary, but I would like to note 4 things that I believe really are lessons that we can take away from how Ukraine has dealt with this large shock and helped maintain macro and financial stability. The first is to recognize that macro stability is central to economic security. As soon as the invasion happened, very strong policy action was taken immediately, including moving to a peg for the hryvnia, putting FX controls and capital controls, in raising interest rates sharply. There was some amount of monetary financing done initially, given the circumstances. Dealing with your debt holders, postponing, putting on hold and on standstill debt payments. This was all super critical to getting the economy in a stable position before the in an incredibly difficult time. The second is the agility in policy responses, the quick action and innovation, which is that as the war has evolved, as the economy has evolved, policies have again been on a forward-looking basis, looking at the developments that have happened, that have helped move towards away from the strict peg of the FX, move towards a managed float, completely a cutoff in monetary financing. Again, all of these were critical measures that are taken, which basically, again, maintains credibility of the institutions and shows in a forward-looking basis that how the country plans to get out of this, these extreme measures that needed to be taken in the beginning. Third, critical to have strong coordination of fiscal and monetary policies, and that has been exemplified by Ukraine during this crisis. And lastly, it was very clear that this war was going to take a large amount of resources. And if Ukraine had to maintain macro and financial stability along with fighting this war, it would require support from its partners around the world. And it went proactively and made sure that it was able to get this kind of support. And that was absolutely critical. And that support will be needed going forward. So again, you know, all of this is really exemplary. At the IMF, we are next week going to the board to finish Ukraine's fourth review. And one of the points that we make is how exceptional it is that Ukraine has met its targets, its fiscal targets, its structural benchmarks. And this is remarkable because, you know, for countries not in a war, this is not necessarily easy to attain. And to be able to do this while fighting a war is truly exemplary. I guess a sign of that is Governor Pishney has been awarded the Central Banker of the Year by Central Banking. Again, a true exceptional occurrence, doesn't usually happen. So, you know, I think there is a very good macro-financial grounding on which the rest of the recovery can proceed. The structural reforms that will need to take place. Again, Ukraine has been committed to undertaking structural reforms, governance reforms, and those are also paying off. All of that is very promising on its path to accession into the European Union. And I'm going to stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this brilliant presentation and assessment of our job to maintain macrofinancial stability in times of war. And before moving to the questions from the audience, let me use my privilege as of moderator of this session and ask you a few questions. Actually, the first one relates to the IMF integrated policy framework you mentioned in your presentation as the combination of policies suited to different countries. And frankly speaking, the NBU, as many other central bank, exploits in full this mix of policies. And in this regard, I would also refer to your words that macrofinancial stability is central to economic security. But in order to achieve this macrofinancial stability, actually we have to rely on the set of stabilization toolkit like interest rate policy, fixed interventions to avoid the depreciation of our currency, capital controls. And all these tools are costly in the short term. And these costs are quite obvious for the experts, for the population, and very often the central bank is blamed for usage of these tools. Meanwhile, the benefits of this macro-financial stability are not so obvious for the population, for the experts. And of course, we do our best to explain that. But anyway, so that is a puzzle for us. What could you advise us and other central banks exploiting the set of these stabilization tools to achieve the central bank targets?
I'd say this is a perennial. Can you hear me? Yeah. So I'd say this is obviously a perennial challenge, because with any policy instrument, including raising your interest rate, there are costs and there are benefits. And it always tends to be the case that people focus on the costs and they champion the benefits much less. So this is a concern. Now, when it comes to other instruments like foreign exchange intervention and capital flow measures, it's more difficult because it is less familiar, used less often, and so therefore it can create a problem. But I just want to step back and lay out what we see as the principles for using these kinds of instruments, right? So it depends critically on the shock that's hit the country and the frictions that you are concerned about, that because this shock interacts with those frictions, you could end up with compromising the central bank's ability for price and financial stability. So what that means is that, first and foremost, you have to be very clear that the shock that you're dealing with using any of these other instruments like FXI is not a substitute for necessary macro policy adjustment, right? So you start with making sure that your monetary policy and your fiscal policy, et cetera, are at the right settings. And the problem is not there. The problem is that you have, say, turmoil in financial markets, you could have financial instability and so on, which is why you're using these other instruments. So that has to be very clear. Question is, how do you show that this is actually beneficial? There are variables that you can look at. You can look at spreads, for example, in covered interest parity spreads and uncovered interest parity spread, premia in markets, basically, to get a sense of whether you are seeing distortions that need to be corrected through the use of these tools. And if indeed the case, the problem is not your monetary policy and your fiscal policy, but it is so-called non-fundamental shocks that are causing your premium to move around, then when you use FX intervention, you can bring that, you can close that premium. So that's an indication that you are doing the right thing. At the IMF, we have created several more of these kinds of variables. We have kind of a dashboard that we can help also work with other central banks to help, to point out what kinds of variables are useful to track to figure out whether you are actually getting the outcome that you are looking for. And again, communication is going to be absolutely critical over here in how you do these kinds of policies. The intertemporal trade-off that I talked about earlier is absolutely critical because, again, even if intervention may make sense now, if you expect to see an even bigger turmoil in the future, you might want to keep your powder dry and not use it right now. You also have to be careful about using making sure that you're not interfering with the development of your financial markets. So I think the bottom line is that if you properly assess your monetary and financial settings, monetary and fiscal settings, and then you use these instruments, and there are clear variables that you can look at that point to and say that this is the kind of problem we are fixing.
Thank you very much. And to follow up, so definitely there are costs associated with these stabilization tools like high interest rates, tough capital controls, fixed interventions, and what is the best way to put them in some priority list? How to measure the relative costs of these stabilization tools?
So yeah, so you have a toolkit with these multiple instruments, and then the question is there a clear ranking? Do you say, okay, well, I always start with this one instrument and then I move to another one? The lesson from the integrated policy framework is that that's not the case. There is no clear ranking that, okay, I have to start with instrument X and then instrument Y. But again, to meet the particular objectives, there are certain instruments that are absolutely the most appropriate. So if what you are trying to do is plain vanilla monetary policy, then in that particular world, the policy rate remains the most effective instrument for you to use, right? So again, in terms of the questions of what particular instrument you use in what sequence, you have to make, firstly, the assessment of what the shock is, what the frictions are, where exactly are you seeing the destabilizing forces showing up in the markets. You have to be very clear about that. And we do that, by the way. So, we have 190 member countries, and they have very different institutional structures, very different markets, very different depths of their financial markets, depth of their currency markets. And sometimes what happens is you have an episode, for example, where you have the dollar strengthening relative to almost all currencies in the world. But you can look at the set of countries, and you can see exactly countries where you see disruptions in markets and where you don't see disruptions in markets. Now, everywhere you see currencies can be depreciating, but that doesn't mean that you have disruptions in markets everywhere. So you have to make sure you have a wide dashboard that shows you where and if there are disruptions showing up, because the exchange rate moving around in and of itself is not necessarily a sign of disruptions. So it is a more kind of, firstly, a conceptual thinking about being very clear about figuring out what is the problem you're trying to solve, and then using your instruments appropriately. And at the IMF, we also have quantitative models of the IPF that can look into, more cost benefits of using different kinds of instruments. But again, there is no simply take off the shelf that fits all countries. It's going to be very specific to country circumstances.
Thank you very much. Now it's much more clear how to apply this IPF. Let me also pass one question from which was submitted online by Yuri Gornichenko, who is the head of our selection committee of our conference. How do you see the trends in international finance, specifically the fragmentation across geopolitical blocks, looking ahead?
Yeah. So again, we've looked at the data, and we've looked at what has happened with financial flows, especially post Russia's invasion of Ukraine. One variable that we've looked at is foreign direct investment. And if you look at foreign direct investment and FDI projects, compared to countries that are more geopolitically closed, we're seeing 20% less FDI going into between geopolitically distant countries. So we are seeing a definite reduction in foreign direct investment, at least in terms of projects, in terms of project announcements, for countries where there is greater geopolitical distance. Now, what is interesting is we also point out something called connector countries, which is, there are countries that are clearly very closely aligned to one bloc or the other, but there are also many countries in the middle, and especially emerging and developing countries, that are the so-called non-aligned bloc. They don't associate with one bloc or the other. And what we're seeing in the data is that some of these countries are playing the role of connector countries. And examples would be Vietnam. We're seeing this in Mexico. So we're seeing, for example, countries that, these are countries where if you look at China's, as China's direct export share to the US is declining, China's export share, for example, to Vietnam has gone up by a lot, and Vietnam's export share to the US has gone up by a lot. So we are seeing this role of connected countries. And this is also true for foreign direct investment, where we're seeing this, behavior there.
Thank you very much. Now let's pass the floor to and take some questions from the audience. Yes, please, Victor. Can you pass the microphone?
Okay. Thank you, Gita. It's a great event to see you here in Kyiv, and thank you for your academic contribution to open economy macro. I really follow almost all your papers, especially on the topics like related to the international macro and so on. So I would like to ask you about integrated policy framework. The main idea is the strong correspondence between the nature of shocks and relevant instrument to apply. What do you think? Is it possible to imply this model in the case of dramatic shocks like war? Is it possible to assess correctly the depth of the macroeconomic imbalances during such dramatic events? And what the best way to correctly assess imbalances in such circumstances? And also one question about, do you see the possibilities to upgrade that framework or recalibrate elements of that framework, having in mind the experience of Ukraine? Thank you.
So the work on the integrated policy framework at the IMF is ongoing. I mean, it's work in progress. We will continue to adapt as we learn. I think of it as just modern macroeconomics, and as the frontier moves, the fund moves with the frontier, and we actually help move the frontier too. So this is work that will continue. The IPF as such, I think would have clear prescriptions for the large shocks that we're talking about, including the conflict. For example, what I listed as what Ukraine did on the war started would be pretty close to what a model of that kind would project, because usually when you have an event like that, so first of all, that's a very large fundamental shock. It's affecting your real economy. It's affecting your physical and human resources. There's that aspect to it. But it's also a large non-fundamental shock immediately, because there's panic. There is concern about what the direction is going to be. There's huge amounts of uncertainty. And so in that environment, coming in strongly, putting in controls, including in FX controls, putting in capital flow measures, that would be a well-argued response to an event of that kind, because there's usually panic right at the start of such an event. So I think that would be also a very natural implication that comes out of the IPF. The hard part with any of these very large shocks is figuring out how temporary or how persistent it is, right? And the IPF tells you that you have to spend some time to figure this out, but it's hugely uncertain. And this is where the risk management approach I talked about in my speech can be helpful, which is that you no longer can say, I'm going to look at one baseline forecast and make my policies just wholly consistent with that baseline forecast. But I do have to take into account tail risks. I have to build scenarios, and I have to account for the fact that I could be wrong about the direction and the durability of events, right? And since it's a bigger error to get some things wrong, and especially if inflation is going to go up in a persistent way, the cost of waiting too long is much more than in the other direction. You have to. That's a risk. That's a trade-off that you have to make in this. So again, all of this can be thought of in the framework of the integrated policy framework, but this is one important aspect, the risk management aspect, the intertemporal trade-offs. Again, how much reserves do you want to deploy now versus in the future? These are, again, critical questions that come up.
Thank you very much for this question, and your response recall my memory of our reaction on the first days of the full-scale war, and frankly speaking, so our reaction was also, also in line with the insights you provide us under the integrated policy framework, because capital controls, fixed exchange rate with fixed intervention. So definitely that are, that are the tools from this stabilization toolkit. Okay, may I also pass the floor to Michne?
Hi, thank you, Michne Constantinescu, National Bank of Moldova. It's a bit of an off question, but within this fragmentation that you discussed, how do you see AI playing in terms of productivity and employment? And looking forward, how do you think we should change education to allow our labor markets to adapt to this new technology?
Yes, artificial intelligence, yes. We can spend a lot of time talking about this. Firstly, I think we all should recognize that there's huge amounts of uncertainty in answering any of these questions. So I don't think anybody out there can claim that they have the absolute, with certainty that we're going to, or rather with any degree of certainty that you're going to end up with these numbers in terms of productivity. There is a huge range of estimates that I have seen. There are those who, like Daron Acemoglu, who estimate that the cumulative impact on productivity over 10 years from AI will be 0.7%. Cumulative over 10 years. And I've seen others that show that cumulative impact is around 10% to 15%. So it's a pretty wide range. Now, I guess the good news is that nobody seems to have a negative number. Everybody seems to think it's a positive number. So I guess that's a good starting place. And given that we're in a time where medium-term growth is the weakest we've seen in decades, this technology has a huge positive. The impact, again, in terms of employment, we have IMF research that's looked into the exposure of different kinds of tasks to AI, and the numbers are very big. So in terms of exposure, like for advanced economies, 60% of their jobs seem to be exposed to AI. If you look at for the world as an average, it's about 40%. Low-income countries, it's a lower number. Now, exposure doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Exposure could mean that you could benefit, the worker could benefit from AI, or it could be that it's actually costly for the worker and you could be substituting workers with AI. And that split is about half and half. So about 40% of the world, of jobs in the world are exposed to AI, about 20% are positively benefiting from it as a worker, 20% is more labor substituting. This is, again, is something that we have to pay close attention to. As economists, we always feel technology ultimately is good, and history has taught us that ultimately over multiple decades, you end up with new jobs and new sectors and new tasks, and everybody has a full employment. But history has also taught us that you can have very costly transitions if you don't have the right policy in mind, right? I mean, if you go back to the Industrial Revolution, there were periods when you had huge amounts of distress in the labor market. If you look at the most recent waves of automation, for example, before the great financial crisis is a useful thought experiment, because you had a different kind of technology, much less impressive than AI, but the securitization that was going on in the financial markets, right? That was a new technological innovation that was happening. You also had automation that was going on, especially in manufacturing. But you didn't see any of the negative effects of that before the great financial crisis. And then you had the great financial crisis, and then you saw both that everybody paused and said, oh my God, we should have paid close attention to the financial system and all the securitization that was going on. And you had jobless recoveries. You saw, output came back very quickly in the US and in Western Europe, but it took a while for people to find jobs. And that was you basically saw a permanent loss of routine jobs right after the great financial crisis. So that's why I think we should all be very, hopeful about what the AI can bring. There is really good grounds. It is a general purpose technology. There are grounds to say that you could have productivity breakthroughs. I'm optimistic about the scientific breakthroughs that can come from it, from health. I'm optimistic about how it can, in countries, in low-income countries where you don't have enough skill, where AI can help with that. So there's a lot of positive, but at the same time, there are risks associated with it in labor markets, in financial markets. And it is very important for us to make sure we're tracking this. Most of the international, in the international fora, a lot of the discussions are mostly on privacy, misinformation, bias, national security, all of which is, again, critically important. But I think we also need a similar track going on, which is looking at both the benefits, but also the risks coming from AI just being used in our economies, even if you have no problems with bias or misinformation or ethics or any such thing.
Thank you very much for this comprehensive answer. Of course, this topic requires much more attention and discussion, but your response was very clear and again comprehensive. I'm completely sure that the audience has a lot of questions, but unfortunately we are out of time, and I suppose that we have to finish this session and thank Professor Gita Gopinath for such really brilliant session, which exceeded all my very high expectations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Dear guests, let's have a short break for 20 minutes. Enjoy your coffee, and we're going to see you here at 4:30 because we have a final panel for us and ceremony awards and a special surprise for you. Dear guests, the session will begin in about 5 minutes. Шановні гості, ми починаємо за хвилину.
Dear guests, we'll start in 1 minute.
Шановні гості, будь ласка, повертайтеся до
Dear
зали.
guests, please return to the room and we shall continue our conference.
Dear guests, please take your seats. Okay, so let's move to our final panel. It's time for selfie. So we're moving to our final panel. Post-war recovery through European integration. And I invite to the stage Timofey Milovanov, this panel's moderator, president of Kyiv School of Economics and associate professor of economics at the University of Pittsburgh. And let's also welcome our participants. They are Alberto Fernandez Diaz, EU delegation to Ukraine. Oleksiy Sobolev, Ministry of Economy of Ukraine. Gleb Vyshlinsky, Executive Director of the Center for Economic Strategy, and Vladislav Rashkovan, Alternate Executive Director at the International Monetary Fund.
Починається, да? Okay, thank you very much, everyone. We have a fantastic panel. And I think we'll start with Vlad. Vlad, you have a couple of slides, right? Yeah, so if we can put the Vlad's slides, it would be fantastic. Right, so nothing is happening. You guys have slides? Yeah, just 1 minute. Oh, great. Yeah, good. Thanks. Yeah, please.
Thanks. Thanks for inviting. You hear me? You hear me?
Yeah.
I think, we had after such a brilliant panel and the discussion and the keynote speech of Gita and Sergey, I think it's very difficult for our panel to perform somehow. But I would start probably that while we speak about a lot of reforms also in Ukraine and also in the fund, I hope one day they will think about the reform, how to change the title of my position, because I'm already tired that I'm always seen as alternative, not alternative, I'm alternate. And when I try to explain what alternate means in Ukraine, which is not a deputy, is different, but no matter, I hope one of the reforms will be about the change of this name of the position. But we have today a panel on the post-war recovery through European integration. And I wanted just to use maybe as a frame, I don't think that you may necessarily agree with something which I put it on slides, but my few messages are the following. Actually, I have 3. And these slides are from different presentations which I had during the last maybe 2 years. The first is that Ukraine goes now through a pretty complex process, which includes a lot of different important elements which are not consequent, but factually we're addressing them in parallel. And which are these things? First, we still work on winning the war, which is also as a result of the war to ensure long-term peace and sustainable security. And also our target is not to lose the victory. Some people put these words, winning the war, not losing the victory, is in my mouth as my words, but these are actually the words of Ursula von der Leyen when she said it, I think in Lugana yet. So what does it mean not losing the victory for me? First is to ensure macro stability, macro financial stability, and this is what we are discussing today also on today's panels on the conference, and this is mostly job of the Ukrainian authorities, and I put there also of who are supporting us, is including IMF, where I work, and also European Union now with a EU facility, and I think Alexei will tell us about that. We also focused on a fast recovery. And when I say to people that if we would not have a fast recovery, none of these foreign leaders would be able even to come to Kyiv because the roads nearby Kyiv were blocked and ruined. So the fast recovery is definitely where Ukrainian government works with different bilateral donors, but it's not only the fast recovery. It's also we need to go after fast recovery to reconstruction, and I hope we will be able to discuss it today. The question is, who is responsible for reconstruction as of today in terms of international partners? Unfortunately, we don't see yet those, big support. But we also work on the structural reforms because we need to make our economy stronger. And these again, where the IMF, World Bank, with DPLs, the European Union, multi-donor coordination platform, which also includes G7, G7 plus group coordination works on. But we also need to work on democratization, to continue democratization in Ukraine. Ukraine is a democracy, we know that. And this is where the US and EU help us, also G7 help us. We need to work on the human capital development because demography was our biggest risk before the war and continues to be now and definitely will be a biggest risk after the war for us. And this is where the Ministry of Economy works a lot, but we also hope that our other donors will help. As all this together also need to bring us to modernize the country, meaning that going from, let's say, post-Soviet republic and even independent Ukraine, like with a pretty fragile economy. We need to go, we become stronger. And in the end, we have a very strong anchor with EU accession. And this is what we also discussed today. So here, all of this together and not losing the victory also means for us EU accession. And this is my like a first message. The second message is that the reconstruction and post-war reconstruction is not one-day job. We will not be able to do it ad hoc, and therefore we need to create, and actually we need to create the architecture for reconstruction, and this is pretty comprehensive architecture. And this is already, there is a process of building this. This chart has been developed together with Timothy when we organized the first reconstruction forum in London, the London School of Economics in May 2022. This was more or less the results of, we discussed what we need for the Ukrainian reconstruction. And definitely there you need prerequisites. Prerequisites is, for example, the macro-financial stability is one of the prerequisites. You know, the IMF program, maybe another prerequisites. Is end of the war as a prerequisite for the reconstruction? Our common belief was no, and we should start, you know, the reconstruction now, and it has started. But apparently, many of our foreign partners still not maybe 100% convinced in that. The principles of reconstruction, I think they were well explained. The first principles were well explained in the during the Lugano conference, and later there were a lot of papers, CPR papers, KSC papers were about the principles. I say if we put principles together, you know, we can write a book about the principles of reconstruction. But there was an important saying of one of the Ukrainian think tank managers said it's not only important to say principles, we need to live through these principles is also important. You know, the shared vision, I think this is something where we still need to work because we don't have a shared vision, you know, in a well-designed way in terms of the post-war Ukraine. But also, and this is you see here also big area is the EU accession frame, because definitely the Ukrainian post-war reconstruction will be done on our way to the European Union, and this is a very important you know, frame for us. We need also to develop, based on these shared vision principles and EU accession frame, we need to develop the recovery plan. It's still not there. We showed something in Lugano, probably it was prematurely that time, so we need to go from that. We need to still develop the funding mechanism and vehicles for reconstruction. They're not yet there. We need to work on absorption capacity and implementation mechanism in Ukraine. We have an agency for reconstruction or restoration. We still need to work further for this institutionalization and working. We have a donor coordination platform, as I said. It should still work better, probably. And we need to work also on a government governance and accountability mechanism for the reconstruction. There are many elements which are currently building, including in the European Union, in US, in Ukraine, a lot of the, you know, even DREAM project, the other solutions which are developed, digital solutions which are developed in Ukraine. And also one of my questions was who can become the next Mr. Miss or Day Marshal who could lead the Ukrainian reconstruction in the world. I think we're still missing that. So as I said, the second message is the reconstruction will be a long-term process. Probably it will be a decade job, if not a generation job. And we cannot run it just, you know, ad hoc. We need to build for that the comprehensive architecture, and EU accession frame is a big part of that. And the third question is, and third message is how the reconstruction should be integrated into the EU accession and EU integration. And for me, there are three different ways how to do it. The first one is how the reconstruction and modernization can become an integral part of the EU integration. And this was a message which Ursula von der Leyen delivered in Lugano. And that time it was not super well taken by many players because it puts aside you know, Canada, US, Turkey, UK, you know, Japan in the question of the reconstruction. There could be also saying that it could be completely parallel processes. So therefore, not only not the integral part, but EU integration is one process, while reconstruction is more, you know, infrastructure elements, and this should be separate. I don't believe that this can be done. It should be done like that because we still go in European Union. It would be very stupid for us not to consider the EU standards, you know, for the reconstruction. Therefore, I think it should be interconnected process, not 100% integral part because still EU integration is a political process. And we still depend definitely on a lot of reforms which are done by the government and a lot of the actions which to be done by, other, the national bodies in different countries. And no matter of their decisions, we still need to rebuild our bridges, schools, cities, and therefore it should not be 100% integral, but we should not avoid the standards of the EU, and that's why I strongly believe that the reconstruction and modernization will be interconnected process, which will go for the next decade together on the way to the European Union. And this, let me stop here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Vlad. Yes, so the plan is going to be, we will have everyone offer their insights on the challenges and opportunities post-war reconstruction, and then we'll go into discussion with Q&A for the audience as well. And so, Alexei, I would like to ask you to comment on these issues too.
Thank you. In Ministry of Economy, we don't like to talk about post-war because I think we've been through that last year. So in communications with many of our partners, we hear that, oh yeah, maybe we spent like half year debating post-war recovery that never came because the war is still there. We don't know when it ends. Like there are different scenarios, of course, but we say that the war is not an embargo on investment, meaning that we should recover Ukraine right now, right? And that's exactly what everybody else is doing. What all of us are doing, right? So we need to rebuild, for example, our energy system just to get through the winter. So like I don't think that post-war recovery is the term. The next thing is this EU component, right? So confirming that this is not about post-war, the EU accession negotiation would be starting next week. So this is not post-war EU accession. It is like happening right now as we speak. And we think that the reconstruction of Ukraine would be one of the biggest projects of the 21st century, but it already is starting just because the level of the damages is so staggering, but also the resilience of Ukraine and of the economy, and but then also the price and the investments that are needed are in the order of magnitude probably higher than we received annual investments before full-scale invasion. But Ukraine is geographically a European country, and Ukrainians are mentally Europeans, and we are striving to become full European members of the European community. And I think European integration answers a lot of questions on why we're doing anything here. Why to integrate into EU? Why are we doing reforms to integrate into EU? Why are we fighting? In large part because we want to integrate into EU. This process didn't start in 22, didn't start even in 2014. My first working day was back in 2004 when the Orange Revolution started. So from the offices of Ernst & Young, the whole team just went in the evening to Maidan to protest our European integration. And that's the path that many of us chose. And I guess all the people in this audience definitely chose this path. But we're also thinking that Ukraine it could add to EU's resilience to be able to accommodate, for example, the friend-shoring, right? So taking some of the supply chains from other countries into EU, inside the EU or inside the EU European region. So Ukraine can help with that. Ukraine can help with the green transition, and also with Ukraine, despite the difficulties that we have right now on the, for example, the grain trading issues, right? But with Ukraine, European Union would be a a food security powerhouse across the globe. It's not that Ukraine and Ukraine will be part of European Union, and European Union will be a huge player, much bigger than it is right now on the global stage in food security. We also have critical raw materials that can boost these supply chains, and as I mentioned, we can help with our own green transition, but also decarbonizing a big part of European energy system. To be able to do that, we definitely need to do reforms. And one of the great documents that we have, we developed with the European Union is Ukraine plan. And the National Bank also collaborated with us a lot on this document. A lot of what's written there is in the part developed with people in the audience here. And I think why this document is so important, it gives the great framework, not just having reforms. Then we have, once we do the reforms, we receive macro-financial aid to the budget. This document has also investments, meaning that investments are tied to reforms that there are in priority sectors that also tied to EU integration. And the whole document and the whole program, 50 billion program, is launched just because to get Ukraine closer to EU integration economically, right? So to get the GDP per capita of Ukraine closer to European levels, so it would be easier to integrate Ukraine into EU. So the whole kind of activity of the government that this whole 50 billion program encourages is geared towards EU integration. And also while preparing for the document, we spent a lot of time, different branches of the government, different ministries, the National Bank team, etc., with our EU colleagues, learning on how EU bureaucracies work. And they usually, in EU, these documents usually take a couple of years to develop. Ukraine did it in less than a year. So that's a feat, but we're also getting closer to EU bureaucracy, learning how they're working, and kind of updating our own procedures. We're not just developing these documents, we're also already executing them. So for example, some of the indicators are the corporate governance reform that we voted a couple of months ago, or Bureau of Economic Security reform that we voted just yesterday. And there were a bunch of laws that in this Ukraine plan facility that was voted yesterday, which means that with each and every kind of law that's passed and the Cabinet of Ministers regulation that has passed according to the plan, we build trust together with our European community and European family, showing that we can promise and we can deliver, and then we can work together and kind of integrate sooner. And the last probably part that I would like to say is that the government did this analysis of all the reforms and commitments, and big part of the commitments that we have. So for this year alone, we have like more than 200 different commitments, and big part of these commitments come from EU accession recommendation package, and we see that just doing reforms is not enough. So to be able to achieve GDP per capita compared to European levels, we need a lot of investment, a lot of technology transfer into Ukraine, a lot of kind of people getting people back to Ukraine, and a lot of investment here. So this is why this Ukraine facility plan is also very important. So basically the document that helps us to integrate into EU shows how it should be done, not just reforms, but also kind of economic and investment package attached to it, which is called Ukraine Investment Framework of like 8 billion euros that will help to build capacity, to build production, to add new technologies into Ukraine. And the last bit would be access to markets. So also with this Ukraine facility program, there is a certain steps that you need to take to get into European single market. And also the whole EU integration process is about it. That's how, like macroeconomically, we could grow economy faster and integrate quicker. So I think at the end, we expect EU member states to adopt the negotiating framework probably today, no, or maybe next week to start negotiations, and in a clear Ukrainian way to deliver it in a record time that nobody else has delivered. Thank you.
I like this, in a clear Ukrainian way, deliver everything on the timeline. Thank you very much. Yes, so I'll move to Alberto now, and that's a kind of nice bridge towards the EU delegation views on the reconstruction, engaging, and economic resilience and post-war economy of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Yep. So maybe I will start with an economic perspective of the integration process between the EU and Ukraine to put it in perspective, because it's not a new process. So this process has been ongoing for more than 2 decades now. It started with the EU policy towards the Eastern neighborhood. In 2003, there was this Wider Europe communication published by the Commission that aimed at giving the new neighbors that we're going to have after the 2004 enlargement a stake into the EU internal markets. So this was a policy that materialized in some agreements, in the association agreement that we concluded with Ukraine, that we started to negotiate in 2007. There was a clear objective, which is to increase economic integration between Ukraine and the EU via regulatory approximation and via the establishment of DCFTA. And this process has been already ongoing for a while. It was a trend that was moving at a steady pace, not very fast. And of course, now in the last 2 years, it has accelerated with Ukraine becoming a candidate country in 2022. And next Monday, we have the first intergovernmental meeting to launch the negotiations for accession. So this has accelerated in the last 2 years, but the process was already ongoing. So this is a clear policy that the EU has in mind to integrate Ukraine. Initially, the idea was to bring the two markets together, closer together. Now it's a full-fledged accession integration as a full-fledged member state. Now European integration is not just a political process; it's an economic process as well, in the sense that the EU was built as an internal market. That was the basis of the EU, and as such, Ukraine is aiming to integrate that huge EU internal market with all its ecosystem of policies and diverse standards that apply, and Ukraine should be part of it. Comparing with previous examples from other member states that joined in the past, especially the new member states that joined in 2004, the pace was a bit, we can compare a bit similar in the sense that association agreements were concluded with them in the 90s, mid-90s, and they became a member state around 10 years after that. In those countries, there was a clear template. They started to implement legislation in order to be fit for accession. That led to a massive increase in investments, more in some of them than in others, but there was a regular steady increase in FDIs over the end of 90s and early 2000s ahead of accession. And this led to big transformations in some countries. Like, for instance, Slovakia became a leading car exporter. Slovakia exports today more cars than Italy or France. And this is something that was encouraged by the process of EU integration because of the competitive advantage of those countries, proximity to the EU internal market, alignment to the EU standards, competitive labor cost, and the facility to establish supply chains across EU countries as well. So this is something that we have already observed in some parts of Ukraine, in some sectors. Ukraine is exporting and being integrated into the supply chains, especially in the Lviv region. There is a lot of production that is already been integrated. So it's a similar process. Now, how to replicate the success of the new member states for Ukraine? We have this template of integration. Ukraine didn't have an easy path compared to the new member states. End of 90s, early 2000s, it was a relatively stable period globally. Now, Ukraine, when we signed the association agreement until it became a full-fledged candidate country, it went through domestic, huge economic downturns in 2004, Crimea annexation, post-Maidan crisis. Then came COVID, which affected everyone. The new member states didn't have such a crisis. And now we have the current full-scale war, which is an enormous challenge. So Ukraine is having a much more difficult path to economically to integrate with the EU than the other member states. But this doesn't mean that these last 10 years have been completely absent of success. We have seen a steady increase in FDIs, maybe less than in the new member states, but still Ukraine has shown resilience and the economy has kept slowly adapting to become part of the EU.
little by little. And what we see as Oleksiy mentioned on the Ukraine facility and the Ukraine plan, which is a template for reforms, we're providing assistance to Ukraine in significant numbers, as we did to the member states that joined in 2004, combined with the accession process. And then there is something that some people call the Phoenix effect. Ukraine has suffered a massive destruction, so there is the prospect of investments in some sectors. So Ukraine has to pick the right sectors to modernize and become competitive. And there are many candidates. Ukraine chose automotive sector. Slovakia, sorry, chose automotive sector. And in Ukraine, we have good candidates, agro-processing, IT, defense industry. There is a lot of interest in European companies to cooperate and to learn more about the innovation that is taking place in Ukraine. And the industries that are developing now in Ukraine can be repurposed for civil purposes after. And there is big potential in that sense, coupled with the European integration process. What our colleague from the IMF mentioned before, EU integration and reconstruction recovery are two processes that are tightly linked, in my opinion. This would give additional boost for this Finnish effect with a European touch in it. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to move to Gleb Wyszyński.
Yeah, thank you. Continuing on what Alberto started, or in fact finished his speech with, it's really, in our opinion, important for Ukraine to find its place in the European Union market and, as they called it earlier, division of labor. We have our strengths and we have our weaknesses. So, like among strengths, the most obvious are natural resources. Like when we look on natural resources, physical capital, labor capital, and productivity, like with physical capital, we had underinvestment for most of years of the Ukrainian independence and then destruction brought by Russians. With human capital, with labor, we had a decrease in population because of natural reasons, then because of migration, labor migration, and then because of migration related to the war. And productivity is also highly dependent on investments. This was also an issue in Ukraine. However, it will be also an opportunity after Ukraine accession to the European Union. However, natural resources could not be destructed as easily as physical capital is. So, and here, like passing my thanks to our moderator, Timothy, who was Minister of Economy, who pushed through land market reform finally after 20 years of like talking about this reform. And now we are already on the second stage of this reform, starting from the beginning of this year. So it is of crucial importance, the most effective use of agricultural land in Ukraine. Then we have, like as Alberto said, the competence in defense and in defense itself and in defense industry. And you're absolutely right. There's like not just like defense industry as producer of like something that could kill people, but also like in the same way, like Ukraine began as innovator in drones for military use in the beginning of this war. Why? Because like we were heavy user of agricultural drones, for example. We had this competence already. We could go back in the same way in more peaceful times. And finally, like despite having not enough human resources, but still like we have educated labor. We that could have high potential in to be productive like after investment is coming. However, as I said, like there are weaknesses, like the lack of capital generally, and which is a very significant issue. And when we speak about European integration, EU integration, it's very important. And I am very happy that National Bank is very active in working on chapters of acquis related to financial services and related to capital markets, especially like when we speak about capital markets, those are underdeveloped in Ukraine and their potential is underused in Ukraine. Certainly like lack of human resources, and here we see that in fact, despite fears that EU accession could bring another wave of relocation of Ukrainians to the European Union, we think that in fact moving to this one of four freedoms to freedom of movement of labor between European Union and Ukraine will be beneficial through circular migration to Ukrainians going back and forth between EU labor market and like old EU, like after EU, like Ukraine EU accession, and like EU with Ukraine, like to Ukraine after accession, and it will allow not only like for Ukrainians like to go to other countries where they could be more productive, but also be back like according like we are on a joint conference with National Bank of Poland and Polish experience. They have already 20 years of experience shows that in fact like after 2015 net migration to Poland became positive, like to large extent thanks to Ukrainians. However, like even if like if we speak about Polish nationals who decided to migrate from Poland after EU accession of Poland, according to estimates of Polish researchers, approximately half of them are already back in Poland, and generally among younger Poles, like this like stability in terms of like becoming resident of some country, buying properties there, assimilation is not as important as it was with previous generations. They are much more flexible, and the same could be said about Ukrainians. And finally, like speaking about like what could be done in terms of policies to maximize positive impact of the EU integration for Ukraine, like we firstly like, and then we go back to Poland, we need to build pragmatic win-win relations with our neighbors, the most importantly Poland for sure. And generally, like when we look on our strengths and weaknesses, it shows that we are in fact complementary. We are not like natural competitors. We are complementary in terms of access to capital, in terms of like our strengths. So like we could expect for to investment from Poland, and in fact, like the third largest group of nationals to become investors in Ukraine after full-scale invasion are Polish citizens. So investment, joint ventures, trade, and it will help to prevent this negative moments like border blockades that we saw. And we need to use all possible tools to attract investment from the European Union as private and as public. And here, like I was fascinated by like what Ministry of Economy did at URC, like this very large number of agreements signed on like both bilateral projects, war risk insurance, and then political risk insurance, risk sharing, and but also like traditional tools of attraction investment that was used by Central Eastern Europe should be employed in Ukraine. Yes, we have limited fiscal space, but in any case, and like as already said by colleagues, like using potential of Ukraine and building the EU strategic autonomy based on Ukrainian critical materials and energy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm gonna go in a quick discussion, and I'll ask relatively short and sharp questions. And if you guys can keep it to maybe a sentence or two answers, whoever wants, but I'll hint who my questions are targeted towards. Then we can get more questions in, and then we'll get the Q&A from the audience. So my first question is in the recent paper. It's basically, I think, to Khlib, to you, and to Alexei, to you. This is in the recent paper by Economic Policy Advisory Council to the Ministry of Economy on stimulating growth in Ukraine. There are several points. One is refugee return and international support. Then there is predictable military mobilization for people to return. And then there's also labor allocation and human resource initiatives such as upskilling. And at the same time, the research by Gradus, which is private, but it shows that for people who are currently outside of Ukraine, if they are considering to return, it's only about 50% of people, the main concern, the first concern is actually not security, it's concern number two. Concern number one is quality of jobs. Can you guys generate, can we generate how realistic or feasible it is to generate proper reskilling or upskilling to give people opportunity to have good jobs in Ukraine? Do we have those jobs? Do we have that training for people to come back? Is it even realistic to talk about bringing people back right now or immediately after the war?
Thank you. I'll be brief. So during Berlin, we have announced the Ukraine Skill Alliance of 700 million EU. So it aims to retrain like around 200,000 people across the next 3 years. So this is the resource, this is the aim, and this is like a coalition of more than a dozen of countries. So basically the resources and will and are there. So that solves one of the issue. The other one is that we have ESL program to be able to build mortgages, affordable mortgages, and it is running at the scale of almost twice the size of a mortgage market pre-invasion levels. So quite big, and I think it's going to be expanding. So that covers the like the affordability of housing in Ukraine. So I guess like combining these two, we can get some of the people returning even now.
Here like we should look regionally, I believe. Like the first is like we should look on the western and central Ukraine. How could both government and private business work together into facilitating creating new jobs together with housing in this region, so that people could return from other countries to have simultaneously jobs and housing, and here we speak mostly about the segment of refugees who really came from occupation or destruction of their settlements. And the second element, like if we look to the east and to southern east, it is question of how to protect these jobs that are already and that are still in these regions, starting from Kharkiv, but then also to Dnipro, to Zaporizhia, etc. There is still a lot of physical capital there. Historically, a high concentration of industrial physical capital there. However, we see that also Ukrainians are attached to their jobs. They prefer to stay and work as long as the job is available. So physical protection of these areas is also very important for economic development.
Thank you. So in the Vlad, you start with principles, with the framework of reconciliation. But there's also, and you refer to the early CPR paper on the principles and key elements of the international aid there as a guiding mechanism. And I think this question is for you and also for Alberto. Was rapid but conditional aid, grants rather than loans, close coordination across funding sources, administration by an independent or closely coordinated EU-affiliated agency or group of, and Ukraine must own the reconstruction process. So in your view, how well does Ukraine own, as you know, I'm not asking the government. Government will say that, yes, we own the reconstruction process. But in your view, how well does Ukraine own the reconstruction process? And how well does the EU and non-EU affiliated sources coordinate the funding and conditionality priorities? Thank you.
I think there is a big room for improvement on that. But speaking about ownership specifically, we need to define the value chain and understand which parts of this value chain in terms of reconstruction we want to own. I think we want to own a lot about building, also maybe getting money. And I would start, as I said before, I would start with a vision. You know, we still need to own our vision because, and I already said it maybe several times, but I will repeat. I'm really thankful to the World Bank for their rapid damage needs assessment and the Kyiv School of Economics for their analysis. I don't know if you know the difference between the Kyiv School of Economics document and the RDNA report. The Kyiv School of Economics report was about the damages, and damages are factual. You know, there are different mechanisms which you can use. Kyiv School of Economics, I believe, did this better because more often. World Bank was doing a little bit longer, but maybe more substantive. And definitely should not be made already rapid damage needs assessment, but just damage needs assessment. But the second thing is what World Bank did and what Kyiv School of Economics has not done, and probably rightly has not done, is the World Bank was saying also what are the reconstruction needs. And I'm questioning this because it's appropriate to say about 150 billion of the direct damages. You can even evaluate the losses because there's more economic analysis. But in terms of reconstruction needs, this is the vision. You know, it's not enough to say that we need to substitute that house with a more energy efficient. Maybe you don't need that house because of the different economic processes, because of the migration, because you don't need to rebuild all the schools which have been destroyed because you will not probably have 50% of the kids may not come back. We need to strive. We need to do everything possible to return our refugees, but maybe not all of them will come back. And we need to be ready for that because this is you mentioned about the free flow of the people in the capital, the human capital, labor force during the EU process. This is normal. You know, we need to expect this to happen also when we become the member of European Union. So from that perspective, I think what we need to own first of all is a vision. In respect of the other elements, the Ukraine did a very right step, and I remember the call between President Zelensky and Kristalina Georgieva, the managing director of the IMF, where the president came with the idea to create this multi-donor coordination platform, because it was also said on the previous panel of Gita Gopinath, you know, that the coordination is important. Not only coordination conditionalities, not only on the amount of money, but exactly what we are going to build, how we're going to build, how to do the burden sharing. And this is one of the principles, you know, for the reconstruction, because in one of the conferences which we organized in Washington on anti-corruption, there was the guy who was helping to rebuild Afghanistan. And he was telling the stories about free schools built back to back without kids, or building 6 roads to build in parallel, you know, in Afghanistan, you know, because there were different donors who just, you know, spent money there. And we need definitely to avoid it because the money is a limited resource. We don't have so much money as we have now, like $500 billion, which we need today. And by the way, you remember, Timofey, this was the amount which was in your first report of CPR report. And this was also the amount which later we wrote in the Barry Eichengren, coming from a different elements, but probably both of us, you know, were still wrong and underestimating because the war is still ongoing.
It's ongoing, yeah.
Yeah, and the money is there. So what I believe we need to own the vision, and we need to think about how to build together, rebuild the country together.
Thank you. Alberto?
About the ownership, I think in the EU, thinking from the EU perspective, when we implement policies in the EU with member states, usually we do it in shared management, and that means that the member states have a big take on what they pick as priorities, and they choose what they want to do within a set framework that is that of the EU context, or the EU integration. And this is a bit where Ukraine is heading when it will be a member state. So I think that in this case, in the case of the Ukraine facility and the Ukraine plan, Ukraine has contributed to set the priority sectors and the key areas for improvement and investments. And the EU is providing the context, the framework, and the funding that is needed to achieve those aims. So in the same way that the EU is an internal market, is a free market economy, we are not centralizing everything from Brussels. We have to find the right level of decentralization and implementation of policies by the adequate level. And we have to intervene there where a public intervention is needed to fix a market failure. In the case of Ukraine, there are market failures. The market is not coming in numbers, so we need some instruments to incentivize investment and an inflow of FDIs. War risk insurance is an example. Colleagues in the European Commission are working on this. Policies to mitigate the negative impacts of the free market, social policies, cohesion, connectivity. So there, Ukraine is taking ownership, but it's fully aligned with the vision of the EU that we have in the context of the cohesion policy, this European Social Fund as well. We have these policies in the EU to mitigate the negative effects of a wild free market. And in the context of reconstruction, we need to have those principles in mind, in my opinion. So it's not that everything has to be directed and decided solely from Ukraine, but Ukraine has the big ownership to do what they think is best for the country within the set framework that is set by the EU integration process. And the instrument to do that now, right now, is the Ukraine facility and the Ukraine plan.
Yes, thank you. So on Ukraine,
Can I just add, because
yes, please.
just
Thank you for being concise.
What Alberto just now said, that the Ukraine plan is clearly designed and of Ukrainian ownership.
Yes, that's right. Absolutely.
What National Bank is doing in their policies is definitely done in coordination and consultation with the major partners. But this is a clear vision of Ukraine. What
That's right. So
Minister of Finance is doing with the National Revenue Strategy is clearly the Ukrainian.
So we have two big frameworks now: the EU integration overall, and then the Ukraine facility. And both of them are medium to the long-term frameworks. And they have just this year, by the end of the year, there are 400 indicators that have to be met and 200 actions, 206 actions. I want one sentence or one word even from each of you about what's the major challenge to achieve that is. Meaning we have to meet 400 indicators by the end of the year while in the middle of the war and perform 200 actions in half a year. What can get in the way?
I think just government capacity, because there's limited amount of time and number of people working for the government. It could be expanded by people joining in the government, and we have a lot of positions. So this is a brief advertisement for all of you. It's fun to work with the Ministry of Economy, but I think this is the most constraining part. So because politically, most of them are achievable, or like there will be discussions, but we'll also achieve that. It's just the capacity to do war, to do international relations, and to do reforms.
Thank you.
I agree to what Alexei said, but I also want to add sometimes willingness to trick our international partners, and it just results in delays and time spent not efficiently on like within this limited capacity of the government. The law on Bureau of Economic Security that was passed yesterday is a very good example of like.
So just let's do it in terms, in order. I will give you a chance to answer, and that's exactly what we're looking for finally. Okay, Lib, yeah, go on, and then Alexei will answer.
So just like losing time in discussions that really are not needed, and these limited resources to be spent on other hundreds of things to be done.
Thank you. So I'll break the order and bring it back to Alexei because he was going to speak anyway. And
Bureau of Economic Security is not the good example because nobody wanted to trick anyone. This is just a narrative that's out there in the public. Like,
so which narrative is wrong?
That the government tried to trick international partners and accept some different conditions. So it was just negotiations that were ongoing, and it was the part of the civil society that tried to kind of push the government towards some of the policies, putting it against the G7. So basically, what was really happening is the government was negotiating with G7, and everybody came to agreement, as was kind of like projected. So I think that's the other kind of experiment. There's no need to make any topic toxic because everything is negotiable, and the government is ready to negotiate, and also our partners, because we're doing the same thing. Everybody understands that this is for Ukraine's future, so we can come to agreement. That's no problem.
All right, thank you. So, Gleb, you represent civil society?
Yes, I do represent civil society.
So what does civil society say?
Civil society, like I could not speak on behalf of the whole civil society, but I believe that majority of my colleagues are closer to my opinion. Despite the fact that I respect a lot, not only Alexei personally, but work that his ministry and government generally is doing on like this all hundreds of indicators that are to be done. This is like to more extent exceptions than the rule. I just like put it as one of examples when like just one of criteria could took much more time than needed and than is spent on other sometimes very important technical things that just need to be done like within the framework, especially of the European integration.
All right, so we'll circle back to that. I am a moderator. I'm really resistant to comment on this because I have opinions on this too, as a former minister, how negotiations go, especially on the land market reform. I remember negotiating, and people were arguing that we are trying to trick the World Bank, but we didn't. Anyway, so Alberto, what is going to get in the way of meeting these 400 indicators in Ukraine facility, metrics of reform, and the EU integration, and whatever else Americans and others have added to that, or the IMF as well and the World Bank?
I stick to your initial question. So on the challenge, I agree with Alexei. Capacity is an important issue. We see it, and we cannot overwhelm Ukraine with a lot of conditions. We need to coordinate and to be efficient. And another challenge I would see, if I could highlight one, is we need to make sure that there is understanding about the aim of the conditionality. What is the purpose? In the EU, we have the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. It's not copy-pasting stuff and just adopting it in the Ukrainian legal framework. And we should not use this approach. We should not come to Ukraine and say, hey, you have to do this exactly. But we need to work together in a common understanding of what is the aim of a reform coming from the EU context. So from the EU perspective, from the accession perspective, we have directives. Not every member state has the same transposition of directives in place because every member state is different, idiosyncratic. They have their own legal framework. Ukraine is different from the EU member states, but also Finland is different from Portugal in tradition, culture, and legal context. So we need to find a way for Ukraine with its own idiosyncrasies to implement the EU acquis in a way that is respecting the spirit of the EU acquis. And the letter has to show the specificities without deviating from the main aim of the reforms that we have proposed to Ukraine.
Thank you. Vlad?
For me, there are three words important. First is the priorities. And I know that we already signed for a lot of conditionalities, and they're visible. They're on also the reform matrix. You can find them online on the website of the cabinet. But priorities means that the most difficult things should be started earlier because they will require more time. Not delayed and focusing only something on the low-hanging fruits. All low-hanging fruits were already taken in 2014. Second thing is the word would be consistency. If we would go 10 years in one direction, we would be already much closer to the GDP per capita of Europe. But we go like one step in front, maybe one step back, etc. So we need to be consistent, and the reforms is not a sprint, is not even the marathon, is a relay of marathons, and it's very important. No matter what the ministers, they need to give the stick, to the next and to deliver this. And the third is we need to have a longer term vision. You mentioned this is a midterm to long term vision. Absolutely, we need to have a longer term vision in front of us because, I mean, if we focus only on the short term needs, and everybody understands that the next short term needs is for us is a winter, and we need to go that. But we need to have also the longer term vision in front of us.
Great. I'm gonna circle back to the long term vision for Ukraine and Europe too at the end of the session. The panel, but I'm gonna almost open up after this question. After this question, I'm gonna open up the floor for your questions. So prepare if you have fantastic interest in engaging questions. But I want to mention that the government of Ukraine has done a fantastic job of setting up together with the EU the Ukraine facility. The EU integration process amazingly is ongoing at much faster pace than in some other countries during much better conditions. I think the civil society has done also a fantastic and very mature, responsible job of disciplining both the government, the businesses, and other, by the way, the journalists too. Not they've done their job of checks and balances. Vlad, you represent the IMF, you sit on the IMF, so thank you to the IMF for the support of Ukraine and to the EU for providing funding and political support and being a true partner. But with all this having said, you know, you guys are outsiders to the National Bank of Ukraine, so I'm going to ask you for what you think the National Bank has been doing right and should be doing for the post-war recovery and during the war recovery of Ukraine. An outsider perspective on the national bank policies. Although it's a bit unfair because Vlad, you have been on the board of the bank before, so you're not completely an outsider.
That was way long time ago. So I think I'm speaking first, so I picked the low-hanging fruit. It's the macroeconomic stability that the banking system is running. There are no run on the banks. It's not what they did in 2022. It was they did like 10 years before that, right? So, and then the policies that they do right now. The thing that we from the Ministry of Economy side think that could be done better is the access to financing. Like we go back and forth, but I think this is very natural for Ministry of Economy and the National Bank discussions to find this balance. And I think, by the way, on the energy side, where kind of the crisis hits and everybody works as the same team to get things done. So I think we will have a really great cooperation, and the National Bank is really kind of a backbone of stability for this country that we can grow on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Firstly, I believe in inflation targeting, and the National Bank should stick to this approach and not try to experiment. So I believe that in this case, like I could trust to like current National Bank team, but also like the sort of corporate culture that was formed at the National Bank of Ukraine during last 10 years. However, like what I believe should be done as well on top of it, NBU should be flexible enough if situation changes. It is generally problem in high risk environment as we have in Ukraine to stick for too long with some restrictions. Like I could just give you example from yesterday when we were visiting some of the offices in the government block of Kiev, like where government, parliament, and president's office is located. Like you still have this obsolete roadblocks, like from spring of 2022. Like it's so easy to infiltrate like any saboteur group during these 2 years if you want to infiltrate them in this territory, but still like it is this obsolete procedure of like checking people just because like nobody is brave enough to say that okay, like we need to stop it. This restriction is not needed anymore. We saw too many times in Ukrainian history that like some restrictions were cancelled too late. And if we have really a positive scenario, especially if we have a positive scenario, NBU should be as fast as possible to relax its policies and to create a free environment for economic growth to unleash.
Thank you.
Yeah. So with the National Bank, we have generally very good experiences and contacts, and we think we are dealing with a team of good professionals that have managed to steer the economy in a very difficult context. And I think this is recognized by most observers. As Alexis said, they have played a key role in ensuring macrofinancial stability in the country, and they have implemented policies aimed at keeping the inflation under control and stabilizing the exchange rate. But this also means that they are facing challenges, and they might be criticized sometimes. But of course, what we note from the National Bank is that they are open to discussion and dialogue, and they explain their policies in a manner that leads to dialogue and understanding. So we think that so far the track record is quite good. Now, when it comes to the EU integration, they also play a role in the several accession chapters. So the National Bank is responsible for several areas like financial sector, capital markets, and this has led to increased contacts with also colleagues in the EU. So we see a commitment. So EU integration is not just issuing commemorative coins, but there is actually some work behind. And I believe that they can play a big role in the reconstruction by allowing for more access to lending and increasing the credit capacity in the country. But also they're involved in war risk insurance mechanisms. So this is a good initiative in our opinion. So
Thank you. What I have a saying that the best instrument of the monetary policy is a good air defense system, because it will help us. But answering your question, I would say three things. Gita said that macrofinancial stability is an element of the national security, and I fully agree with that. And I'm sure National Bank understands that and is a proponent of that and advocate of that, and deliver these messages throughout the country and also beyond the country, also dealing with our major partners. Alberto now said about the financial sector and the capital markets. I know that National Bank in their strategy, which the governor was telling today, assumes that this is an important element to develop. Restart lending strategy for the lending is an important element as well, because housing is one of the biggest elements for the reconstruction, and therefore the mortgages will be very important instrument. The development of mortgages, the mortgage market will be an important instrument for the reconstruction. But all of this is obvious, and everybody understands that. National Bank, I know he will never compromise on these things going to that direction. But I have two other elements. First is I want to wish the central bank to continue to be a magnet for best talents, like it was in all the recent years. And because this is the team, not only from the board, but also going down together with the government, together with the partners, makes things happen in the country in terms of the both preparation, ensuring macro stability, but also preparation for the reconstruction. But the second element is we have some kind of joke with the governor about the 11th review of IMF program. And I remember when we organized the first conference, this conference where we're today. Today we're on the 8th. So my wish would be that among the organizers there, first, maybe for the next year, we will get a European Commission as a sign of going towards European Union. And the second is maybe on the 14th conference, but definitely by 15th, I also want to see there the ECB. And because we will be already a member of European Union by that time, and this is where the central bank will work, and we will become a member of the European Central Bank family, which was a part of the National Bank vision already from 2014.
Thank you very much. So time for questions from the audience, if there are any. Well, you know, see how engaging the audience is. All right, so yes, please go ahead. Yeah. Can we get a mic to the front row? Well, you know, I can give you mine. There you go. But don't talk too much, so I don't have to grab it back.
We could clearly see the negative trend over past years that the ratio of non-refundable financing for Ukraine is decreasing. In 2023, we had like 30% of all the financing without the need to repay it. Now it's close to 10%. We could also see that in the end of 2021, we had a manageable risk-neutral debt to GDP ratio of about 40%. In the end of this year, it's projected to exceed 100%. In the future, the problem is those debts are not debts that will be repaid by the future generation. They're mostly the short or medium-term debts, which will be repaid in close to like 10 years. It's exactly the number of years that Vladislav mentioned as like reconstruction horizon for Ukraine. And the question is, are our international partners considering this debt sustainability problem of Ukraine, considering that Ukraine will take financially part in the reconstruction? Because we either will have a welfare loss or we will have unsustainable debt, both of which are a huge problem to EU accession. And we must fix those problems first, or we could solely rely on full international partnership and that we won't need to finance anything in like next 10, 15 years. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
If I may,
yeah, please.
Even if it will be difficult for me to be able to answer, because we will have, as the Gita Gopinath said, we will have next week with the IMF board, and the materials will be available immediately after that, so you will be able to read. But you know, in the question of the debt sustainability and the debt to GDP ratio, as you may understand, there are two indicators, debt and GDP. I'm in favor of increasing GDP, you know, and for sure the reconstruction which will happen, which is happening now, and the economic reforms which we are doing, and EU accession, which will be a path. And it's not only important the target, but also the journey to the European accession is also important. You know, all of these should increase our GDP per se. And what Timothy was saying before about the CPR report, which was issued in April 22, they were saying that the grants are more important than loans. Unfortunately, in the last few years, we saw more loans than grants. 2022, the proportion of grants was higher than 2023 or 2024. But don't forget that we are in the process of currently of the debt restructuring, which we cannot comment now. And you may know also that the official creditors promised that they will do also their debt relief for Ukraine, the conditions not worse than the private sector will do. So three things. First is increasing the GDP as a part of on the way to reconstruction and the EU accession. Second is unfortunately the debt is now, but a big part of it will be written off soon. Definitely within the 10 years will be written off. And three is I'm in favor of more investments coming in the future, but for these Alexei and all the government works to make it, including on the URC, but also this conference today is one of the steps to bring more investments to Ukraine.
Thank you. Alexei?
Yeah, I think one important thing that you forgot to add is Russian assets, right? So like this is the obvious money that will be funding Ukraine and will cover in this program. But I don't think that this is a very unusual problem, right? If you look at the countries post-war, like there are not that many cases that the countries failed, right, at the post-war period because of the high debt load. And like many countries had like huge debt load. UK was like 300% GDP in debt after the World War II. So kind of historically, it's on our side, and we also have Russian assets. And of course, if taxpayer money going to Ukrainian budget is decreasing, we need to substitute it with other sources of money, which is business money that goes through exports and FDI. This is what we're doing, and the Russian money. That's what we're all like the Cabinet of Ministers doing with the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Justice, trying to get it. Yeah.
But so what we know from post-war experience, often there are recessions. So while it's true that these debt problems are manageable, we do not want to end up with Ukraine, which is in economic recession post-war because of the government spending, because the economy has been restructured towards the government spending-driven economy, and this stimulus drops. So, what should we do about this, both at the government level policies and the central bank policies?
If I may comment here, I named this something which we need to avoid, the 1948 moment. You know, all of us are discussing the Marshall Plan, but many of you may remember that the Marshall presented this in Harvard in 1947, but finally the program was approved in 1948, 3 years after the war finished. So we need to avoid that kind of gap after the war, and we need to work both on a vision and a plan for reconstruction, and our foreign partners should be ready to do the first possible day to start the massive reconstruction of Ukraine.
Timothy, could I add on it?
Yes, please.
Also, it is important to have a very clear understanding on veterans reintegration into labor market, into society, but also into labor market. Because like what we see now is like very minuscule examples, because like very small share of servicemen are returning to their companies, and after the end of the war, there will be hundreds of thousands of people, like with changed, in some cases with changed mindsets, in some cases with mental health issues, in many cases with physical health issues, in some cases on another, like as to more extent as an opportunity, like newly acquired management skills and general like personal growth. So we need to use this potential as much as possible, like both in sectoral terms, like growing real defense industry as industry where we will have unfortunately like natural competitive advantage, but on another side also like retraining, reskilling, adaptation of veterans after the war. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, Alberto. Yep.
One comment on the question on the debt grant split. So in the EU, we provided out of loans, but most of these loans were mobilized using the instruments that we had in place in a very critical moment. It was not an easy process to get it adopted. We are accountable to our taxpayers as well. Macrofinancial assistance, in order to provide the 18 billion we gave last year, we had to amend the financial regulation, we had to amend the MFF, and that was requiring unanimity by all member states. So the process was not easy. We managed to do it. Now these loans are highly concessional, so the debt has increased compared to GDP, but the debt servicing in the short term is not high. It has decreased. So this is something we had in mind to support Ukraine at a crucial moment when the budget needs were not covered. We had to provide quick funding, external funding. And on the issue of assets, you saw that in the G7 there was an agreement to use the proceeds. Now the details are being worked out, but the EU has already, well, most of the Russian assets are in the EU. The EU has already a mechanism in place to use the windfall from the taxes, the assets, and give it to Ukraine. So we expect the first disbursements in July already to support defense and recovery. And this is what we have to have in mind now. The short term, the real needs that Ukraine has now in terms of budgets, support. The facility incorporates that in the Pillar 1, same approach, and consider the high concessional nature, no interest payment because it's subsidized from the EU side. And that's what other partners we encourage them to do. And with the IMF, we discuss the debt sustainability analysis, and they're updating this in every review they do of the program, and they consider these elements. What's important is that Ukraine can continue to function with the current budget and has enough liquidity to function properly.
Thank you. So is there another question from the audience? All right, so, okay. There'll be another opportunity after this question, but I'll start wrapping up. So I want to talk about the vision for Ukraine, but also the vision for Europe. So it's right now we're going to see a wave of enlargement, but at the same time we see far right getting a hold or increasing at least the share of the votes in Europe, at least in some countries, and there is resistance to globalization. There is deglobalization. In fact, there are higher security risks. I was in Berlin walking among posters arguing that Germany first, for example. And there are also challenges related to the technological transitions, climate change, green transition. So within all of these challenges and the enlargement wave, what's the future of Europe? Where will be the center of gravity of Europe? Which ideologies will take hold? What will Europe look like in 10, 15 years, given where we are now? Anyone?
I think you just opened
Yes.
the full day, our full day of the conference, a little bit different, the future of EU. But I agree with you on these kind of challenges. Let's not forget that European Union went through a number of challenges in the last even 30 years. You go a lot of crises. You have the financial crisis, which started in the US but went to Europe as well, and affected different countries from Ireland to Greece, Portugal, Italy, Spain. Let's not forget the Brexit as a potential way. Someone was speaking about Gexit, German exit. We went through Brexit, and the European Union is there. And this is exactly what I think these kind of challenges, they make stronger the union. And it's still a democracy. Yes, maybe it looks like a bureaucracy, and probably I would like to have it less, but still this bureaucracy which works, and this bureaucracy which became agile, as Alberto just now said. The European Union, European Commission, they changed the rules in order to address this kind of something which was by them unbelievable, to have a war in the center of Europe. So, but I believe and Alberto mentioned the interesting metaphor of the European train, and they said that we somehow increase the speed. I think this is we not only forget, train is European Union, it's not Ukraine. Train is European Union, which has its own speed. It was increasing and decreasing, and it's a question of Ukraine to increase the speed to get to that train. We already missed several opportunities. First probably in 1994, later 2004. I don't think in 2013 there was an opportunity because Europe was not ready at that time for the next enlargement. But what the current Russian invasion happened, this is at least my perception, is that Europe starts considering that they're ready for the next enlargement, and Ukraine, together with Moldova and maybe with some Balkan countries, should increase its own speed and to become a new place, for gravity, to join European Union somehow by 2030. And I think this will be the next big thing for Europe.
Thank you. Lip?
Yes, war against Ukraine, I believe, will have some the sort of wake-up call effect on Europe. I think that, especially after COVID, Europe generally came to the sort of peak of being too complacent, and to some extent, in some countries, especially in some countries, maybe even lazy. And like what we see now is they see a real danger, and even like not just defense ministers, politicians as well. They see real danger from authoritarian countries. It was very like an unexpected positive fact for me to see signatures of Serbia and Hungary under the declaration of Ukraine's peace summit, while we like perceived them as pro-Russian countries, but like we saw that like to some extent like European and identity worked, and maybe it could be a first sign of like for Europe to really become like more active, more aggressive, like seeing this sort of like resilience, aggressiveness, risk management that Ukraine helped to see, like for Europe to see in itself, like including national bank reaction to full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
Thank you. We have kind of 30 seconds, so 1 minute, 1 minute each. Alberto maybe, and then Alexei.
On what you mentioned about the EU elections, as a new official, I don't comment on that, but what I see is that the EU is adapting to the reality of the world. So we are not in an English garden that is disconnected from the jungle that is the world, and we see increasing competition, and there are some challenges with big powers. So we need to address that, and there is the challenge also of the climate trends. On that, the EU will continue implementing policies in this direction. Let's see the new parliament how the specific regulations are implemented. But in essence, the future of the EU will stick to the values that are in the treaties. This is the foundation of our union, and the policies that will be decided will have to be crafted by the new majority. There will certainly be a new focus on defense, and this is part of the strategy that has already been launched. And I believe in any case, whichever the EU does in the future, Ukraine will be part of it. Through the accession discussions, we'll need to keep a close partnership and not go different ways in the direction of the future of Europe. The future of Europe is the future of Ukraine.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll add just briefly. I think Europe will become much more self-reliant in the future, also in defense, together with Ukraine on food, together with Ukraine. And in general, what we know, right, from the Brexit, the good thing is that the single market works. So you can look at the GDP trajectory of UK, and we know like what are the costs, which we didn't know before Brexit. So I think that this is an argument for EU. And on a personal note, like working more throughout the last year with EU, I become fascinated on how this machine helps tens of countries to make unified decisions every week. It is hard to agree in Cabinet of Ministers like every week. It is hard to agree on this panel every week. So like imagining that there is a mechanism exists on this planet Earth that allows like 20 plus countries to agree every week on something. I think that's fantastic, fabulous, and it should live as long as it could. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask you to thank and give a round of applause to the panelists and to yourself. And we conclude the session. Thank you once again.
Yes, dear guests. So after this 2 full of events days, it's time to wrap up and summarize this 8th annual research conference. And for that, I turn the floor over to the NBU Deputy Governor, Sergei Nikolaichuk.
Dear esteemed speakers and participants of our 8th annual research conference, thank you all for gathering here either in person or virtually to witness the celebration of economic scholarship and policy making. It's a pleasure and honor for me to have an opportunity to provide closing remarks at this amazing event, which backs to Kyiv for the first time since 2019. In our annual conferences, we have always strived to be topical with respect to both research and policy-making trends. At the same time, we keep ourselves within the relatively narrow issues which are relevant for central banking. However, over the last years, the world economy and Ukraine in particular have witnessed a series of large and asymmetric shocks of different nature. Demand and supply shocks, supply chain disruptions, uncertainty and elevated security risks, everything combined in a perfect storm. As Governor Pishny highlighted during the morning panel, the new normal has already begun and there is no turning back. Of course, we need to adapt and at the best return some elements of the old normal. Indeed, central banks have a wealth of successful experiences in such transformations. As Governor Shimkus pointed out, supported by Mr. Shalamacha, this is actually what the central banks have been doing since the inception of modern central banking, adapting to the new normal and transforming their policies. 12 years ago, the whatever it takes speech by then ECB President Mario Draghi was a turnaround point in the European sovereign debt crisis. This speech announced a policy tool designed to fulfill the central bank objectives. Policy objectives remained unchanged, while the policy toolkit experienced transformation. The most important part in this story is that the tool has actually never been used. The key element of their success was assurance to achieve objectives, whatever it takes. Today, we definitely have other concerns, but this philosophy of policymaking remains unchanged. As integrated into the into the strategy of the National Bank of Ukraine, and as Governor Pishny emphasized today, we stand prepared to do whatever it takes to achieve our goals under any conditions. We adjust existing tools and invent new ones. We are proactive in the face of new challenges and stay. Our clear commitment to achieving our orthodox goals is crucial, but this commitment needs to be backed with a valid and powerful tools. This conference is exactly about the search and improvement of central bank toolkit. For sure, we have to take of course, seriously the recommendations from Vlad to augment our toolkit with air defense systems. However, we also heard about more, I would say, orthodox ways. For example, yesterday during the research sessions of our conference, we did not hear such innovative advices, but had a chance to learn more about how large and asymmetric shocks transmit into macroeconomic indicators and what challenges they create for central banks. We were able to learn how to improve our existing policy response functions and what innovative instruments can help us with this non-trivial task. We revisited the interaction of monetary policy with other economic policies and learned from IMF first managing deputy governor, first deputy managing director Gita Gopinath, how to find a perfect mix of different tools. Eventually, we confirmed that Ukraine's victory is critically important for all our ships to reach the safe shores of price and financial stability on the back of sustainable economic development. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the parties without whom this conference could not have taken place. I thank Narodowy Bank Polski, the original and steadfast co-organizer of our research conference, for being the part of this existing journey for so many years, and especially in these difficult times. I thank the IMF and USAID, whose gracious support made this year's conference possible. I would like to say the special thanks to our academic selection committee, Yuri Gordinchenko, Oleksiy Krivtsov, my colleagues from NBU and researchers from the Narodowy Bank Polski, Michna Konstantinescu from the Central Bank of Moldova. And I thank the NBU team, especially the research, international relations, and communications, for their extraordinary efforts in preparing this event and making everything run as smoothly as possible. Finally, I'm very happy to see here today many representatives of Ukrainian universities, professors and students. 6 years ago, Timofey Milovanov, the moderator of our third panel, spoke about the importance of intellectual sovereignty as an obligatory element of the state's true independence. I fully share this belief. The NBU has been for many years providing a platform for young economists to present their original ideas as well as train their policymaking and analytical skills as the part of NBU efforts. The academic excellence and professional success are intermediate goals of all our research-related initiatives on the way to the main goal, a better and the more flexible policymaking, which is based on sound theoretical grounds and data-driven analysis. Today, it is more relevant than ever. With this in mind, I am happy to pass the floor to NBU Governor Andriy Pyshny to open the reward ceremony for winners of our annual conference for students and young researchers, which took place a month ago and gathered most promising students to share their research. Please, Governor, the floor is yours.
Yes, please, let's start.
So, for the award ceremony of the 7th conference for students and young researchers, we inviting to the stage 2 winners of National University of Kyiv-Mohyla Academy. They are Diana Tsimbal and Roman Soltysyak.
I would like to say a few closing remarks. And these remarks will be, first of all, the words of gratitude, the words of appreciation to our participants, to our partners. Gratitude for fantastically deep professionalism, which we have witnessed today from Professor Gita Gopinath. I'm grateful to the NBU team. Thank you, Sergey. Thank you, Communication Department, for organizing this event. The mere fact that this conference has returned to Kiev, that the conference has returned to offline setting is already a little but very important victory. Also, I really want, as you know, the National Bank has stopped to share any forecasts about duration or progress of this war, and the Ministry of Economy, like us, really doesn't want to talk about expected duration of hostilities. We have had to revise this expectations several times because of because of the fact that the war has continued longer than we could expect. But over these 849 days, we have become much stronger, much more cohesive, much more aware in our actions, much more in our responsibility, our ownership, and our vision of monetary and foreign exchange policy, but also our vision of Ukraine in general. I wish our today conference to become a small but very important episode on this way. Once again, thank you much for your participation and hope to see you next year. Glory to Ukraine.
Dear guests.